Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have a small announcement to make. Because of yesterday's severe lightning and thunder, in my area, all of us, we got a spike and our modems have got disrupted. The power is not getting restored. So for today, I just hope I'm logged in using the mobile data. So I'm currently stopping the video. Whenever the disconnected, because of my flaky connection, I got disconnected. I just hope that it won't trouble us throughout the day. So as I was asking you, I don't know whether you heard me. Have you completed yesterday's assignment? Has anyone completed? Okay, some of you are saying yes. So please give me your feedback. I mean, I'll request lab faculties to this. How many of you have not yet done? Can anyone tell me that not completed? It's a feedback for me. So give me your honest feedback. Who has not yet completed? Okay, so I'm just counting. 5, 6, 7, 8, not yet 10. Okay, Vaibhav. Wrong output. Okay. So I'm counting the number. Yeah, you can this. Not completely. Okay. So something like 40 I could count around. This number is still increasing. No, done guys don't specify. I'm saying not done. Okay, so around 50 I could count around. I'm not exactly this. So okay, thanks for your feedback. So let us see and help you in the lab session. So in the lab session, first whenever I join, you of course ask your lab faculties also, but whenever I join, you show me wherever you are stuck or whatever is wrong output or whatever math dot square root, and I'll try to help you. That is, those who have done it, very good, excellent. Others also will have to finish yesterday's work and continue with today's work, but that we will discuss in the lab session directly. So let me open today's sequence so you'll know what we are going to do. So today we are going to start with important revision of array with references with the memory picture. Today you will definitely have the assignment on that. Then I'm going to show you, talk about static keyword, and then we are going to enter two other important object-oriented principles in form of inheritance and polymorphism. So first, let us start with the revision. So I'll open those who have logged in and those who can open the yesterday's code. Yesterday, everything was shared, and I'm going to ask you line by line what happens, and we are going to draw it in the, I will draw it in paint. You can draw it yourself also. Please draw this diagram. It is extremely important for you to understand internals about arrays. So let me just open this. Let me start the ID. I'll keep Paint also open. Okay. Array of references. So this is what we are going to discuss here. Vaibhav is saying voice is lagging. Are you also getting the lag? Yes? No. So Vaibhav, check your net connection, please. So here, let me open yesterday's project. I don't think I've written anything other than this. Okay. So that was, I'll open just a second. Control Shift W to close everything. So here, focus on arrays. So here, test box array. So leave everything aside and just I'll ask you line by line what will happen in the memory and we'll be drawing accordingly. So start. Here, okay, I will increase, of course. Yeah, it is maximum Vedan. So here, it is attaching the scanner, wrapping your console input. Here you are asking the client how many boxes he wants to order. So that number of boxes is going to be taken from client. This is where, okay, so you will tell me, when you say box array boxes, what is it which will happen? Will anything happen on a stack, heap, or method area? Answer that. Reference variable is memory allocated on stack. So instead of wasting time like this, what I'll do is I'll take this and I will show you. So start drawing with me the memory diagram. As usual, I'm copying the code here. So only thing is I will remove all these comments so it can fit easily. You can refer to this code also and you can understand the memory diagram also. Already I had discussed it verbally, but it is always good to confirm. So this SOP is also not required. I'll just keep the important stuff. This is also not required. But for each is required because you should have a clarity about how the for each works internally. When I say it works on a copy, you have to understand that properly. And then I will also take that other one so that everyone understands the things totally. Okay, so this is the code. This is the important code I have brought in here so that you can tell me and you can draw along with me memory picture. So when I say memory picture, you know, start drawing with stack, 3 titles, 3 headers, stack, heap, and a method area. Something went wrong. So one is the stack, then you got heap and method area. And we are going to solve it as always, line by line. Okay, start. So you were telling me already. So I just want to continue with this. When this particular line is executed, what should I show? Don't show anything else other than show the reference memory allocated on the stack. So this is where we will start with our first step. So here the show boxes and how many bytes will be memory allocated? You know the answer. For reference type of a variable, it is as per the JVM specification. Is there any class getting loaded here? Answer is no. There's a spelling mistake. Excuse that. So this is the outcome of the first line. Everyone with me? Everyone understanding? Next one. As usual, solve the RHS of this particular line. So let us say, imagine that user has given you number of boxes to make as, let's say 2. So I'll keep it simple. Simple means less. Otherwise, too much time will be wasted. So user has ordered for 2 boxes. So now can anyone tell me what will be the outcome of execution of the RHS of the second line? Will any class get loaded in the method area? Answer is yes. What is the name of the class which will get loaded? Is it an array class or is it a box class? Box array class is a very right answer. So here, show the box array class getting loaded in the method area. And if you want to find out the actual name, so it is a single dimensional array. L value, L indicates, is it an array of primitives or is it an array of references? It is an array of references. L is left hand side. So reference we will assign always on the left hand side. That's why L. And then there will be something like, fully qualified class name, com, app, core, whatever is this, dot box. Okay. So in short, if you want to represent it, you can, if you want to understand, it is nothing but a box array class. Okay. So there is no box class yet loaded. It is a box array class which has got loaded. Okay. So this is your, this is what in the method area. Now show here properly the array object. When I say any object in the heap, what is the first slot about? Class pointer. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the second slot? What will it contain? Array has a length. Length is a data member or is it a method member? Data member means array.length. If it was a method has the round bracket. Somebody was making mistake yesterday. There has to be a parenthesis there. So round brackets. So so this is the data member length. I'm just giving the name of it. Actually only value is stored. And what is the length user has asked for? Length equal to 2. Actually only value 2 will be sitting. For your understanding, I'm saying length equal to 2. And then there will be 0th index and the first index. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the default values which will be stored here? Exactly, Yash is right. So null values are nothing but stored here. So this will have null and this will also have, I'm just keeping some space here, or okay, space might confuse you. So here I'm saying null values. Are you clear? So now this object is created by memory allocating it. Class pointer is pointing as always to the loaded box array class, and this reference to this array object is returned as an operation as a result of new. So now boxes start representing to this object. So this is the explanation of these two lines. Which two lines? Box array boxes and boxes equal to new box sc dot nextInt if the value of nextInt is 2. Tell me openly, 100% clear about this memory picture? Because this is a very important stuff. I told you, after a couple of days, when I take you to collection framework, data structure, DSA, data structure algorithms in Java, you will be, you'll see it is so similar to this. Okay, so that was the first one. Now, let me ask you. Can you tell me how many, sorry, I skipped important thing. So now we are solving, what we are solving is this for each loop. So yesterday somebody told me that for each work is a read. Absolutely right. But the better way to say it, for each works on a copy. Okay. So forget what I said for a minute. And anyone wants to tell me, how will you represent this into the memory? So how do we read this? For each box be in boxes. Everyone knows that. And I had given you the implicit assignment also. So how many times this loop is going to iterate? 2 times. Array length is 2. So what will be the first one? B is equal to boxes of 0 for the first one. And what will be the last one? B is equal to boxes of 1. Everyone gets me? So now draw the corresponding memory diagram. Anyone wants to tell me where should I show B? On stack, on heap, or in the method area? Where should I show the memory? Memory for B, of course, stack. It's a loop local variable. Any local variable, always memory allocate on the stack. Local variable. Then it can be primitive or reference type, doesn't matter. So now tell me, what will happen for the first iteration? Are you understanding, guys? We are solving this loop. Okay. So what will happen for the first iteration? B is equal to boxes of 0. But what is there in boxes of 0? Null. So what will be the value of B? B will take the value null, and that is why you are seeing null here. What will happen for the second iteration? B is equal to, B will get, it's a copy of references. I'm telling you something very clearly. Unless and until I show the cloning of objects in Java, everything is copying the reference. It is a reference copy, largely. Going ahead. So tell me, what will happen for the next iteration? B is equal to boxes of 1. What is the contents of boxes of 1? Null. So B will be having a value of null, and that is how you saw 2 null values yesterday. Are we completely clear so far? Is everyone understanding this? No issues? Okay, great. Now, the next thing. So let me ask you a question. Till now, how many box type of objects have been created in the heap? Answer is 0. Absolutely correct. So now let us solve this and let me give you some inputs. So let's say the first input user entered was, I am just taking some values. First triplet was 1, 2, 3 dimensions, and the next one was 10, 20, 30. I'm giving you what are the dimensions of 2 boxes user has entered. So one pair is, one triplet is 1, 2, 3. Another one is 10, 20, 30. So now start. How many times this loop will iterate? Boxes dot length is 2. So 2 times. Now here, what will be the value of sc dot next double here? For the first time, it will be 1, 2, 3. Now, please focus as always on the RHS part first. Okay, so solve the RHS. So tell me, for the first time when the loop is getting executed, what should I show? Will the box object get created directly or will the class gets loaded first? Will the class get loaded first? O for object, box class loaded. Already I got the answer from Pushkarash. Very right. So this is the time your class loader will load another class. Which another class we are talking about? Box class. So show properly. There is no array this time. This is an ordinary box class. So box class information is loaded in the memory. Memory means method area. And now you can see that, see this. Here you are creating, are you creating a box type of instance or it's array object? B for box, A for array. What is happening in this line? I want more answers, not just couple of them. Of course, box type of object. So now the golden question is, where should I show this object created? Inside the array or outside? I for in or out, O for out. Outside is a correct answer. Guys, some of you were giving me yesterday answer inside. But here, each array slot has the capacity of at the most 4 or 8, depending on 4, 8, 16, depending on the reference. So this is an array of references. There is no concept of array of objects. Objects are stored elsewhere and its reference is added into that array. Okay, so take a look at this. So here, show separately. Okay, sorry, box class, right? Box class is loaded. Now show this, your box class object here. CP, class pointer, and boxes length for 1, 2, 3, I'm saying. So 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Show the first box object correctly. And anyone wants to tell me what will this CP point to? Will it refer to box array or will it refer to box class? The first one or second one? Of course, box class. It's not an array. It's this thing, box class instance. Okay. So now see what is happening on the thanks to this RHS. Here, box class instance gets created after the box class is loaded. This is the object creation. And what does a new operator return? A reference. And what is the value of I currently? Tell me. What's the value of I? I value is 0. So what is it we are saying? We are saying boxes, this particular reference is stored in boxes of 0. But what was there in boxes of 0? Null. So now is the high time to remove this null. So remove this null value. And what it will contain is the address. Okay. So what it will contain is the address of this. So here I'll say, let me, for the sake of understanding, let me call it as ref1. And this ref1 will be nothing but a reference to this box object. So the new operator returns the reference to the allocated box, and that reference is stored into the what is it, array. Now go to the, okay, sorry, first thing is first. Is everyone clear so far? Is the memory diagram making the things clearer? Great. Boxes of 0 also you can see, whatever. Now go for the next iteration. Next iteration, user gave me 10, 20, 30. Will box class get loaded again? Of course not. Class loading happens only once in the entire JVM. So now, will another box object get created in the heap? Of course, yes. Within the array or outside? Answer is obviously outside. So show it outside. So here. And what are the slots? Everyone knows by now. So this is your class pointer. Then it's the 10.0, 20.0 and 30.0. Right? Clear? And here, this class pointer is again, these are the two box instances. But as you are aware, we are returning this box reference into boxes of what? What is I value currently? 1. We are into the next iteration. So get rid of this, get rid of this null, remove this null. How can it have null and the value? And you can have it as a ref2. You can, this is only for your understanding. You can say boxes of 1 or whatever. And where will this ref2 point to? That is very important. It will be pointing to the second box object. So this is the complete memory diagram of this particular code. I'll wait here for a minute. You let me know, please. Are you clear? And then we are going to solve that for each once again, and you will understand why I say, not I, why anyone says for each works on a copy, or you can never use for each to modify any of the array contents. Anyway, you settle on this first. Are we clear? If not, ask me question, please. B will point to heap object. Which B? This B, no. I had shown this. B was getting the value of, not heap object, the reference, the null value. It was getting the value. See this. B is equal to boxes of 0. So what was in boxes of 0 earlier? Null. So B was getting the value of null. So B will be pointing to. I'm going to draw it. Give me a minute. This loop I had already solved. I'm going to solve this loop once again. So at that time, maybe you will get a clarity. Of course, it will point to a slot of array Himanshu on heap. To be precise, it is not heap object exactly, one array slot it will be. Okay, so here let's do the for each once again. Yeah. So it's not, but it wasn't written clearly. So you should always mention it clearly. Otherwise, interviewer will not understand what you're saying. Okay, so now let us solve. Let's add this again. Okay, see what I'm doing. I'm just copy pasting this once again. Okay, and let's say after this picture is done, what will happen if I'll just paste it here so that everything will be in front of you. Now understand, don't feel confused. So this initialization is done. So count and tell me how many objects, how many Java objects are there in the heap. It's a very easy to count once you have a picture. Why you're saying 2? Come on, guys, where is your counting skills? Where are your counting skills? The first one is the array object, array of holder. Array is nothing but a holder of references. So this is the one object got created. And then there are 2 box objects. I asked you how many objects. Did I ask you how many box type of objects? Then your answer would have been correct. So totally there are 3 objects. First, the array object, which is an array of references of box type. And these are the actual boxes. So now quickly, before we continue to the next topic, that is static and all that, now solve this loop. Okay. So this was earlier drawn. So now let us say your B. B is what? B is going to be memory allocated on the stack. So what is the first assignment? So here, let me show this. B will get, you tell me, B is equal to boxes of 0. But what is there in boxes of 0? Anyone? It is the value of ref1. So what will happen for the first time? B will get the value. Himanshu, clearly understand me. Don't say unclear words. So ref1's value, I mean the address, is copied into B. It's a copy of reference. So can anyone tell me, for the first iteration of this for each loop, where will B point to? Now I should say, because earlier it was having the value of this thing null. So where will it point to? Don't say 1, 2, 3. Say the first box object. 1, 2, 3 are the values. It doesn't tell me correctly at all. So for the first iteration of the loop, B will, are you understanding? B has been, it is B is equal to ref1. B is equal to boxes of 0. So it is a copy of reference. So now B starts pointing to the object of the box containing this 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I don't say, I'll change this slightly. Just a second. I don't want to say SOPB because you will get a different result here. So if I say now here, let me ask you a clear-cut question. B dot get box dimensions. Yes, please. Anyone wants to answer? What will be the output here? When you say B dot get box dimensions, it is pointing to this box object having 1, 2, 3. So of course the output is going to be, let me see your output, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Absolutely correct. Is the first iteration of the loop clear? Now, when you go to the next iteration, B is equal to boxes of 1. So think and answer. Will B be pointing to this first box? Should I keep it as it is or should I dereference? Should I delink? Of course, no. Understand my question, Ananya. Don't jump to this. Answer is, of course, this will be delinked. So there won't be any B pointing here, or you can simply say remove this. It will be totally gone from here. And what is it containing? It is containing the value of ref2. But what is ref2? Address of second box. So show it properly. For the second iteration, you can show that it is going to point to second box. Are you understanding? This is what I mean when I say for each works on a copy. So that array data, which is reference, is copied into B. And that is how, using single for each loop, you can iterate over all the boxes and find the dimensions, find the volume, or whatever. So I'll stay quiet for a second, for a minute. You go through it in your own mind. And if you are not understood something still, do ask. Memory pictures generally give you the complete clarity. But in case you are not clear, do talk to me. Yes, B will point to second slot, Himanshu. Perfect. Yes, Gaurav. It is right, whatever you say. About the box array class in the method area that I said long back, Rishikesh, yesterday. This is the, forget the name of the class if you're finding problems in understanding. The name of the class is not important. Before the array object can be created, its corresponding class has to be loaded in the method area. So think of it, if you're not understanding this, leave it. You think of it as the array box array class first gets loaded, then array object gets created, which is initialized with null values. But maybe later, when you understand, you should understand this. This is not hard at all, Rishikesh. You just have single dimension, so single opening bracket. L is for indicating this is the array of references. References always come on the LHS, so that L value. And this is nothing but the fully qualified name of what type of references it is going to hold. It is only that much. Why doesn't box class get loaded for box B in for each? How many times, Rohan, the box class gets loaded? Exactly once. I mean, class loading happens only exactly once, Rohan. Please refer to my earlier days. Second day onwards, we started talking class and object. One class gets loaded in the memory, or other class gets loaded in the method area exactly once, and multiple instances can be created. So The box class will get loaded exactly when you create the first object of the box, only for the first time. Here, you are not referring to any box instance. You are just referring to reference. So class loading doesn't happen here. Okay. Delinking is in front of you. Go for Shubham. Go for the earlier also I have shown you box B1 equal to null, box B2 equal to null. It is similar. So when you say for the first condition, have you understood at least this much, Shubham? B equal to boxes of 0. So B will contain the address of this. But for the next iteration, when you say B equal to boxes of 1, can one reference hold multiple addresses? Answer that. Of course not. So only it will remove the address from this. So B will be getting the value of ref2. And that is how the delinking from the first object happens. So I hope you have drawn it. I hope you have drawn it parallelly for the best understanding. So keep thinking about it. If there are more questions, ask me now directly in the lab. So this was the yesterday's pending part. I mean revision and the pending part. So this is regarding arrays memory picture. Now, do you know about, and I hope you have used it. If not, you will use it now. Creating the array. If you want to populate the array with the hard-coded values, it is called as the dynamic initialization of array. So what is the syntax? Example makes it easy. Okay. So as an example, suppose I want to create something int array. Let's say ints, integer value. So here, what we were doing is we were saying it as new int array 5. So all the integer array was initialized to 0 because default value is 0. And then using for loop, you are initializing. So then you are using for loop for initting the array. Am I clear so far? Are we 100% clear? I'm talking about array of primitives. Okay. So now I'm asking you, I don't want to do it in 2 lines. So I want to fill up an array of integers to the values, let's say 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So that is what is dynamic initialization of arrays. So here if I say int array, ints, okay, some variable. Anyone wants to tell me the right hand side? Give me the RHS. You have done arrays earlier also, so I'm just checking whether you know about it or not. What should be the RHS? Nobody's answering or you're taking time. Okay, new int array 5 is wrong. I said dynamic this. Yes. So within the curly braces, here, this is your array symbol. And here you give the comma separated values 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. You got this? So you will say that, okay, so what are 3 things which are happening? What all is happening here? Anyone wants to tell me? What will be the first thing which will happen? Okay, Mohit, new int array is also not required. First is the array class will gets loaded in the method area. What happens next is array object is created in the heap and then array is initialized. Okay, so all 3 steps happen in one line, and trust me, this becomes very easy for testing and all that. But are you understanding all the statements I made? The whole picture is the same. Only thing is we are achieving it in a single line, which is called as dynamic initialization of arrays. But if you remember, when we say any object, which is the operator, which is the keyword, which we use for creating the objects? It is new. So the beauty is here you don't have to explicitly say new. It is implicitly added. So what is it? Compiler will add implicitly, you know, new int array, and then these values will be supplied. So whether you write it explicitly this or whether you don't mention, outcome is going to be the same. Okay. So let us start today's topic with this. I'll show you an example and you'll see it is so easy to understand, and then we'll move on. So now let me create a new project. I hope everyone is settled in IDE already. So here, click on Java project. I'm calling it as day 4.1. If you are doing it with me parallelly, you give a different name because I'll show you. I don't know whether you know about how to import the existing project. You can import the existing projects now onwards because I'm going to give you all the data, all the code in the Eclipse project format. So keep the different name. You cannot otherwise import my project into your workspace. So day 4.1, finish, don't create. And here, let's start with let me create a package. So yesterday so many of you are asking how to create packages and all. There is a package symbol, but you don't need all of that. There is a better help than that. Click on SRC, click on C as a class. Here itself, you can supply this. So here I'm saying dynamic initialization of arrays, just a indication. And here I'm having test1. You understood how I'm giving the package name? So that will automatically appear here. And I'll write something. So the same example, which I say int array integers. And here I can see the values. Okay. So this is labeled as, what is it labeled as? Dynamic initialization of array. And what are the 3 steps which are happening here? First is the class loading. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the name of the class which will be loaded for here? The name of the class, please. Absolutely correct. This is not an array of references, so no L value. Directly this will be the array class which will get loaded. So class loading, then array object is created. I'm repeating it purposefully so that everyone, those who did not catch it earlier, will catch it. And then the array is initialized with the values. And how do you know whether what we are doing is correct? I mean, what we are saying is correct or not? One way is for each, int I in ints, SOP I. So what is the expected output? 5 zeros or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Of course, the answer is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Confirm. Are you getting this? So this is nothing but 3 steps combined into one. You got that? Next one. If I say, is there another? What is happening implicitly? So I'll show you that. Ints2 is equal to. If you say, no, I don't want any implicit one. I want to write everything explicitly. Is it possible? Yes. So here, this was, okay, I'll say this. Java compiler adds implicitly. What it adds implicitly? New int array. And here you are giving it explicitly. So I can always say something. And here, outcome is going to be the same. Same when I say the array contains. So whichever syntax you see in your exams or interviews or any technical questions and all, it is equivalent. But since it is anyway getting added implicitly, people generally prefer not to write new int array. You can do it without. But don't worry, the new keyword is anyway getting added. So just confirm. You can see that the outcome of the second array is 10, 20, 30. Tell me, is everyone clear with dynamic initialization of array? Okay. Now I'm telling you, you don't have to apply a for each just to print the array contents. There is a easier way. And what is that easier way? There is an API. So first read about it. I'll show you from Java Docs. I hope you have logged in and you have opened your Java Docs in front of you. So this is the method I'm going to discuss. So see this. What is the name of the class where the method exists? I don't know whether you have done it. Java.pl is the name of the package. and the name of the helper class. Helper means utility class, which has got array-related functionality. The name of the class is arrays. So what is array? Helper class for array handling. It has got arrays.sort method. It has got a lot of methods, basically arrays.binary search methods, and it has got a method called as toString. So here I have given just one of them. So take a look at it. Guys, you are still a beginner. I'm assuming you are a beginner. If you already know Java, okay, excellent, very good. But I'm not looking for that. So whenever you see any method, first thing you should look at, is it a static API or is it a non-static API? So what is it? Static or non-static? It's a static method. Already I got an answer from somebody. Okay, the moment I have a static method, do you have to create the object of this class, or can you call it as class name dot method name? No object creation. The next topic I'm going to show you is static, so you'll understand better there. So how will you call this method? Arrays dot toString. Okay, but now here it is asking for double array. So let me ask you, what goes in, what comes out? What goes in means, what is the method argument? Array of double values. And what is it returning, guys? String representation of the contents of the specified array. So what is it doing internally is, it is taking that double value from that array and converting it into a single string and returns it to the caller. Trust me, very easy, or rather very good for debugging, whether it is working correctly or not. But now I have got an int array with me. See this. What is the array I have got? Int array. So how can I use the method double array? Not to worry. The arrays class has given you overloaded methods. You heard about overloaded constructors, the one with the changing signature. So now enough of the talk. Let's enter the Java docs. So open your API docs, please. Java 11 docs. I've given all the links and I hope everyone has got it. Go till API, and whenever you log in the morning, this index page should be open. In this search box, look for arrays. I'm going slow over here. Arrays is the name of the class. This should be done by everyone. I'm not insisting that you should code along with me. That is your call. But at least looking up the Java docs or referring to something I'm saying has to be done by everyone. So java.util.arrays you pick up. You'll see various methods for manipulating arrays, sorting, searching, viewing, everything. And here you search for a method called as toString. Forget deep toString. We'll come to that after a while. Now take a look at it. Has everyone reached here? Are we looking at number of toString methods? Tell me, open your own Java docs and find it out. Guys, as a Java developer, first thing you should be comfortable with is Java docs. If you don't know how to refer to Java docs, like you will be left like blind. So coming back to it, see this, the method name is the same. Return type is not really considered, but anyway, tell me, method argument, same or different? The argument type of the method, is it same or different? Different. So this is called as overloaded methods, where I'll cover the rules and everything in the upcoming topic called as polymorphism. Not now. So anyone wants to tell me, which is the method we should use for printing the contents of array of integers? Is there any suitable method? Can you find the suitable method? Answer is yes. Already I got the answer. Can you see this? And read the explanation. Returns a string representation of the contents of the specified array. So click on this method, please. And returns null if it is null, but I don't have a null here. Returns a string representation. It tells you this string consists of list of array elements enclosed in the square bracket, and adjacent elements are comma separated. So why don't we use it? Open, if you're coding along with me,
I don't require this. I'm just putting it on the comment. How do you comment a block? Mark it and say control slash. I said how to comment. These are all the ID hotkeys, not hotkeys actually, yeah, shortcuts. Mark the block and say control and forward slash. Okay, so now how how I want to do it? Using the arrays. So I wanted it, so SOP, I'll say arrays, array contains, and anyone wants to tell me what should I use here? Type it. I'm looking at your chat. Nidhi, that is fine. That is actually you have to type, but I'm saying from the ID, control and forward slash will do the job. I'm waiting for your answer here. What should I say? Yeah, yeah, Mod has given me the correct, full answer. I wanted a full answer. So simply say arrays dot. You don't want to do the binary search and all that. There is a method called as toString, and choose the toString with a int array. And which int array I want to print is ints2. So you yourself decide whether you want to write this on your own or whether you want to use an easy API and get the job done directly, easily. So if your job is only printing the array contents, I would always advise this. So go from inner to outer. What is this? Array reference. What is toString? Just take the cursor there and the help will pop up. It will return the string string representation of int array, and you don't have to attach a loop and look at the output. Those who are coding along, are they getting the correct output here? If anyone is this thing, anyone is trying? Okay, great. So this is what is the API for what you say, for displaying the array contents easily. So two things I have shown you: dynamic initialization of array and arrays class and the method arrays.toString. More and more such API I'll be giving you. I'll be giving you on a day. How do we decide to write the arrays keyword over there? Arrays is not a keyword. Abhijit, your looks like missing the points. I have shown you so much in the last 10 minutes. I took you guys that I think you are not looking at the API docs. Abhijit, stop whatever you are doing. And first is log in using computer and open the Java docs. Because when you ask me such a question, I feel like I have to go back again. Arrays is the name of the class from java.util. It's not a keyword and all that. So don't miss out on important concepts like this. And I had explained this completely in the last 10 minutes by showing you API docs. So, be alert. Okay. So here, the name of the class is, okay, you tell me guys, what is arrays? Because I have said it multiple times. I want to hear it from you. What is arrays? Name of the class. From which package it belongs to. Because some of you are getting confused. Don't say util. It is never util. It is java.util. So stop saying wrong things. So here, thanks to ID, it got automatically imported when I say control space. So here, arrays is the name of the class from java.util. Now the next question, what is toString? Tell me. It's a static method of which class, Yash? It is a static method of your arrays class. And how do we call static methods? Class name dot method name. And I'm telling you, those who, I'm saying everyone should log in. Just take the cursor here and you'll understand everything. So here, this is your java.util.arrays ka toString. In goes the integer array and out comes the string representation. That is why I'm insisting. Today is only 4th day, so it has not become late. So give up your laziness or whatever. Log in with your computer. And whenever I say just try one line like this, you will understand yourself that this is what I'm saying. Okay. So this was the discussion of arrays.toString method. Now, let us move on. I want to show you the multi-dimensional arrays also. So let me ask you, have you done it earlier?
multi-dimensional array. So now you should be in a position to draw the memory diagram. Okay, so here we are talking about, listen to this. Multi-dimensional arrays are considered as array of arrays, but to be precise, they are internally array of references. So first, this is your, I am just giving you some example. So how do you declare a multi-dimensional array? 2D array maybe. Int, suppose the data type is int, primitive array. What does this 2 pair of square brackets represent? 2 dimensions. And what is this? The variable, array reference variable name. And when you look at this, tell me, when the right hand side is executed, can anyone tell me what will happen? What will happen in the memory? First step. Yes, the array class is loaded. So which is the name of the class? Somebody had already written. So 2-dimensionals I. So this class is loaded in method area. Okay. Then which object gets created? How many array objects will get created here? Tell me. How many array objects will get created here? A one single array object. So array object gets created into the memory. We'll see it in a quick manner. I'll not use 10 and 20, but we'll talk about how many array objects and all that. And it is initialized to which value? The array contents will be initialized to which value? Null or zeros. So here, the array object, you will see since it is array of references, does get initialized to null. Okay, so this is what is the memory picture. I mean, when we draw the memory picture, you'll understand. So this we will discuss and will confirm in 5 minutes. If you say 3-dimensional array, what is the example of it? Number of dimensions are greater, multi-dimensional array, matrices. So you can think of it as a 3D array. And here, this is nothing but a, like a matrices, 3-dimensional table. So 10 by 20 by 30. And anytime you want to compute, what is the total number of elements? What is the size of the multidimensional array? What will be the size of this? How many elements can you add in this array? It's just a product of row size and the column size, 20 into 10. And this will be 20 into 30 into 10. The total number of elements that can be stored in a multidimensional array is calculated by multiplying the size of all the dimensions. Okay, so I was actually going to solve it in the lab, but let's not do it. Let's not delay it. So here, let us create this. Let me show you the API first. Let me show you the things of initializing and all that, and then we'll proceed to static keyword. Looking at time, I was going to delay it till the lab. So this part, maybe non-rectangular array, I will take it in the lab. So let's start with the example, simple example of a multi-dimensional array. So here, let's say it's not a dynamic initialization of array. So let me create another class, observe. Multi-dimensional arrays. And here I'm saying test one. Okay. So suppose I'm saying double array. I can use int array, double array, anything. I'm showing you first in the primitive array. So first you settle in the primitive arrays, and then I can take you, if required, to array of references with multiple dimensions. So double array, let's say data is equal to new double, let's say 3 by 4. Okay. So here, when I say this, we are going to draw memory pictures. So first we are just thinking about code, and then we'll be drawing the memory pictures together. Okay, so this is the first one. So now I want to display the values. I want to check what are the values which are associated with it. So I want to display array contents. So anyone wants to tell me? I'll tell you the API a little later. Can you answer this using your for each? Or using, okay, for also is fine. Using for, easiest. Give me the code to display the array contents using for. I'm waiting for this. Using for loop. So start. What you will require is the nested loops. Absolutely very right. So for each, let's see. Sorry, not for each. I'm just checking what you have written. Is it correct or not? For double array D in data, for double, yes. So here, for int I equal to 0, tell me the next thing. I less than. What should I say? Data dot length. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the data dot length here? What will be the value of data dot length? 3. Very right. So data dot length is 3, I plus plus. You got that? So here, when you say one array object, now you'll realize whether your answer was correct or not when we draw the memory picture. So now you require another nested loop. So for int j equal to 0, j less than. What it is? Anyone wants to tell me? What will be j less than condition? Data of 0 is wrong. Data of I. Data of 0 means always you will be talking about the first row. We don't want that. So data of I. I spans from 0 to less than 3. J spans from 0. Okay, I spans from 0, 1, 2. J spans from 0, 1, 2, 3. So j is equal to 0, j less than data I dot length, because that is your first array of references, and j plus plus. And then I have got I and j values. So then I can access it. How do I access it now? Give me the last statement. What should I write in SOP? What should I mention? How do I get this? I just want it in a SOP. What should I write? Data of, not D. There's no D here. I don't know which D you're talking about. I hope you mean data. Data of I, J. That is how you access it. Okay. So what is the expected output when I run this? What do you expect to see? So earlier you are saying null values. So this won't be null values. These won't be null values. You are accessing the actual data element. So what is the default value of double type? 0.0. So how many 0.0s are you going to see, guys? Tell me the total count. 12. 3, 4 are 4s are 12. So 12 0.0s would be there. So you can see that, you can count it, and you will find that there are this is the values from the other table. So other table means other rows. So in a minute, because you gave me a couple of wrong answers, so I want to correct it, but with a memory diagram, not like this. So now if you want to initialize, or okay, forget initialization. Initialization will be very identical. I'm saying, is there any easier way to print multi-dimensional array contents? Answer is of course yes. But before that, can you just go back and see what was the easier way to print the array content here? Arrays.toString. So is there any similar easier way? Easier way means API way to print the deep contents of entire array. Answer is yes. So everything has to be learned from the Java docs. So guys, I always show you API docs. You have to be alert. Open the same arrays class and search for a method deep toString. Sorry. So here, the method is deep toString. Those who are looking at it, those who are logged in, can you find this? Just a second. So have you found this method deep toString? Okay. But now, is there any deep toString? Look for it. Here, don't go by what I'm saying. Look for deep toString. Sorry. Spelling mistake. And you will see there's only one method and it has object array. So right now you'll not understand the object array part of it because I have not yet discussed inheritance and polymorphism. But read the description. Returns a string representation of the deep contents of the specified array. So can you tell me what do you, what are the deep contents? Actual contents of the array. So it will go inside the innermost array and print the contents. So anyone wants to tell me how to call the method? I'll take you there again because that has to come from you. So what is the first question you should ask yourself? Is it a static method? Yes. How do you call the static methods? Class name dot method name. Anyone wants to tell me the usage? How will I call it? Arrays dot deep to string. That is fine. But what is the argument you will supply to arrays dot deep to string? Whatever is the variable name, whatever is the array reference name. So here, take a look at it. Without taking trouble of this for. So now see this. I'm commenting this for. Okay. And here in one line, I'm getting the answer. So which is the class? Arrays. Dot. Which is the method you want to use? Deep to string. And like I said, ignore object array. You won't understand what it is. And simply supply data. So this is the code we are trying. As you can see, thanks to ID, it has imported our arrays class. So don't get confused that arrays is a keyword. Arrays is the name of the class from java.util. And this is the method which will return the string representation of deep contents. If the array contains another array, that array contains another yet third array, three-dimensional array, all the contents, it will iterate through all this and give you the output. So this is the easiest way you can print the array contents and see how nicely it tells you. The moment you see this, anyone wants to tell me, what are we looking at? What is this outer one? This outer one is the array object. It's a 2D array picture. Try running it with a 3D and you'll get more clarity. So tell me, what is the size? What is the column size of the individual row? Count and tell me. It is 4. It's a rectangular, symmetric array I'm showing you. Each row has the same number of columns. And currently I have not initialized it. So all 0.0 because it is double. And how many such rows, how many such arrays are there? Array of references, there are exactly 3. So 3 rows by 4 columns. So let us initialize them before printing. So you'll get to know also. So see what I'm doing. How do I uncomment this block? Again, hit Control and /. It is uncommented. So now I'm saying, I don't want to display it here. I want to initialize it. So just observe what I'm doing. Let's say I'm initializing it with 100 on this. So here I'm saying data of, all I'm going to ask you is what will be the output? Data of j is equal to value. Yes, please. I've given you already. So anyone wants to tell me, read this 2-liner code, whatever liner code, and tell me what will be the output. Take a minute. You can see all of this. We'll draw the memory picture in a couple of minutes. Which error? Why you are saying error? There's no error here. Okay, so from 100, how many values? 3 by 4, 12. So 111. So I don't know which error somebody was referring to. Of course, it is double. So you can see that. So in the first array, it is 100 to 103.0 accordingly, and the last array values. So check if your understanding is matching with the output. Yes, absolutely correct, Ankit. Okay, so now let's take a moment to draw the memory picture till this, because this is the method directly. Because that is interesting. It is very interesting for you to understand how it looks. If you already know about it, fine, but then think of it as a revision, no issues. So what I'm having is, I'll give the title here, memory picture of multi-dimensional array. Okay. And here I will write the code. Okay. So now your job is to start discussing what will API से matrix में print कर सकते हैं. Matrix, it is, I mean, generally we use the matrices and all for multiple this, but yes, you can do that. So here itself, it is a table. It's when it is a matrix or what, it is a multi-dimensional table. So here you are printing the data either via for, you can use Swapnil for each, or you can use the arrays dot toString also, or rather do deep toString also, your choice. Okay, so focus on the code here and tell me, start drawing with me as always. So here, go line by line. So we are on the first line. Always go from left hand side. I'm so sorry, RHS. So tell me, what do you think will happen? Start drawing with me so that you have idea about multidimensional array. So show me. So you know, this is stack, this is heap, method area. I'm not labeling that. So the first class loading will happen. Okay, so start showing. So there is a multidimensional array which gets loaded here, which is of the type, you know the name of the array, 2 opening brackets, D. So think of it as 2-dimensional double array class. So this is the name of the class which will get loaded. And if you are not sure, just write a SOP here, SOP data.get class, and you will see the same. Now at this point, what will be the memory picture is very interesting to see. So here, show me, what should I show in the heap? I'm giving you the minute to explain. What do you think will happen in the heap? Because I'm giving you the clue. It is a, no, Newton, I understand it. Okay, so sorry. So you are, anyway. So right now you are not giving me the correct this, but I'll still take it. So here you said CP, fine. After that comes what? Length comes in. So anyone wants to tell me what length? Length 100. Wrong answer. All wrong answers. Here, tell me what is the length I should add? Length is equal to, yes, please. Length is equal to wrong. 12 is totally wrong. Here, this is an array of references. That is why I take it after showing you array of references. So length is going to be 3. And here, now what it will be? It is only going to be the row, number of rows. It is going to be the array of references of that many. And what will be sitting in? So how many slots will be there? 0, 1, 2. So this is your data of 0, data of 1, data of 2. So these are the 3. And anyone wants to tell me what will be the values here? Initially, all values will be null. Okay, so this is initialized to null. But now see the beauty. You have supplied the column dimension also. So here, this you draw it, because I'm not writing it because I have to scratch it. So here, this is not where JVM stops. That is why I was asking you how many objects will get created. So here, this is fine. So initialize to all null values. This happens once. And once in the sense, this happens originally. But now, can you tell me, if it is having null, how can it store all these values? So naturally, something more must be happening. So anyone wants to tell me what will be the next step which your JVM will do? Now it is going to create additional arrays. Additional array of the, so this was your 2D array. So show properly without feeling lost. This is little advanced. That's why I did not show it yesterday. So this is done. But now here, additional array objects. When you say array of arrays, it is other arrays also you have to show. So now you show Here, which array will be shown? Single dimensional array or 2D array? No, I'll ask you questions properly so that nobody feels lost. Single dimensional array. But single dimensional array object cannot be created before its class loading. So show systematically. So here, show. What should I show here? Which class will get loaded in the memory, guys? Give me the name of the class. It's a 1D array. Absolutely correct. So here, show properly. This is how you have to understand. If you want to think deep, superficially fine. So here, single dimensional D is the name of a 1D double array class. And now show how many such single dimensional array you are going to show in the memory. How many? Answer is individual one. So 3. 4 answer is wrong. 3 is the correct answer. So show 3 arrays. Okay. 3 boxes here. I just graded it so that I can draw the memory picture correctly. Here, go slow. Anyone wants to tell me? First is always a CP and then is the length. So anyone wants to tell me now, what will be this CP pointing to? The first array or the second array? I mean, first class or the second class? Yes, to the second one. You are very right. So here, show accordingly. I'm going in a, I hope, gradual manner. Okay. And now, what will be the length here? Anyone wants to tell me? So what is the length we were talking about? 4. So this is that length of that the other array. So here, length will be definitely equal to 4. Length 4. And I did not draw it, I mean, enough size. So this value, so now anyone wants to tell me, when the array is getting initialized, array object is in the heap. So what is the default value of double? Everyone knows the answer, 0.0. So here you show 4 0.0s. I don't have the space, so you can adjust that much. I mean, I drew them shorter. So please draw them correctly. I'll just erase this part. Draw it properly and show another 0.0 here. That is why I was asking you important questions. How many array objects and all that? So answer is 4. This is your first one. And I'm not wasting time in writing all, but you can write for your own practice. CP, length equal to 4. And show the 0.0s accordingly. That much I think you can understand. And the same picture will be here. All these are the arrays. 4 and all filled with 0.0 and all that equivalently. And show all these class pointers pointing to the single dimensional array. But now tell me. Mute yourself, guys. Somebody's unmuted. Okay. So tell me, what will be, if you only this much is done, there's no connection between this. So tell me, what should I show? What should we show? What will be what was the 0 slot containing earlier, guys? Null value. You remember I did not write it. So here, add the things. So this is an array of references. Now you'll understand why I did not discuss this yesterday, because you have to understand array of references first and then. So think of it as ref1, think of it as ref2, and think of it as ref3. Okay. Anyone wants to tell me, where will be ref1 pointing to? What will ref1 hold? Exactly, very right. So this is nothing but the reference. Show it properly, guys. I'll change the color maybe so that memory picture is all clear. Okay, so this ref1 is pointing to the first object, first array object, I mean this array object. Ref2 is pointing to the second array object, and the ref3 is pointing to the third one. And then one liner, which one liner started this? This is complete. So are you seeing so many things JVM is doing for you in when you create a multi-dimensional array? And this reference, I'll change the color again. This reference is nothing but stored into stack because it is a method local variable, and that is how the data is. So I'll wait here for a minute. Check if you have understood. I have explained only the first statement. Which first statement? Double array, two-dimensional array, new double 3x4. This is what gets created in the heap. So the first one is the holder of references of arrays, and then is the actual array object, which has got all the values initialized to 0.0. Are we understanding it or are we lost? If you're lost, I will repeat it again in the lab session. Not immediately though, because it takes too much time and we don't shift ahead. You got some clarity at least? Have you drawn it, guys, along with me? You have to draw, because otherwise, just listening to the recording is never going to help you, or listening to what I'm saying is not going to help you really. So please draw without feeling lazy about it. Okay, now you can solve this. So here, listen to this. Now things become so easy. When I say for int I equal to 0, I less than data dot length. Anyone wants to tell me, is this going to iterate on this first array or second, third, or fourth array? Give me the output. Give me the answer fast. First array. Absolutely right. So can anyone tell me what is for the first iteration I value is 0? So here I equal to 0 less than data dot length. So understand I equal to 0. Now go to the next line. J is equal to 0 initialize less than data of I dot length. So I is 0. So data of 0 is what? Ref1. What is the length of data of 0 dot length? 4. So how many times it is going to iterate? Is 4 times over this array. Are we understanding it, guys? I hope memory picture is clearing your concept. The second array, the exactly opposite. Somebody said first array is array of references, and second, third, and fourth are actually array of doubles, actually array of primitive values. Okay, if you're not clear, go for the next one. So data of ij. So here initial values were 0. So now see data of ij, data of 0, 0, value plus plus. So where will you change this value? Where will you show this 100? Will you show it here in the first array, second array, third array, or fourth array? Where that 100, 101, 102 will sit? Guys, first is this one. Nothing happens here. So these values you remove and replace them by 100.1, 100 point, 0.0, 100.0, 101.0, and likewise. If for your clarity, if you want, I can write. This is after the initialization. After that, this. So remove that. If you want, that is, and here this will be modified to, I'm starting my value plus plus. Plus plus is post increment. So first value is 100.0, 101.0, 102.0, and 103.0. Sorry. Is that what you meant? Are you understanding it now clearly? No ambiguity? Okay. So this finishes the first iteration. So this is over. Now go to i's next value. So what is the next value of I? 1. So data of I represents, data of I is now ref2. So now it is going to initialize the values from this array starting from 104 onwards. And then the last array will be filled for the third iteration of outer loop. So this is how the complete two-dimensional arrays have to be understood. Multi-dimensional arrays are nothing but array of references. That is the important point I wanted to state. So I'll save this, of course, as a whiteboard and share it with you. So go through it. If there is anything which you have not understood, just give yourself some time. Anyway, we sit together in the lab. So at that time also you can ask me questions. But is the basic understanding clear? How does it look in the memory? Yes or no? I need some answer here to continue, in order to continue. Okay. So those who are still not so sure, give yourself some time and do ask. We can revise anything and everything in the lab session again, the moment you demand for it. Okay. So this is what I wanted to cover as multidimensional. Settle on it, and I will show you multidimensional array of references also, which are not so required. Multidimensional array for primitive types are more required. So took the example. So now let us move on to the next point of today, which is a static keyword. I don't want to start inheritance and then give you then distract, because inheritance and polymorphism are most important features. Of course, later abstraction. But before that, I want to handle static keyword in Java. I wanted to start yesterday, to be very honest. And once you have the understanding, then you'll understand static versus non-static very, very clearly. So here is the help file. So let me, before you start reading this help file, let me say properly. First, you can read this much. Static is a keyword in Java that everyone knows. But what you may not be knowing is static keyword appears, or you can use static keyword in 4 or 5 different cases. But if I show you all 5 different cases, you feel lost. So I'm going to cover partly here and partly later whenever it is required. So now I'll stay quiet. I will ask you to read this and then I'll explain one by one. Here I'm talking about static data members. So first read that. Okay, so where can static keyword come? Static keyword can appear along with the data members. But understand me right here, right clearly. I will, anyway, I'll show you the example later. So that static keyword cannot come for the method local variable. Don't get me wrong. Don't have the wrong understanding. If you write it here, suppose, for example, static int a, just observe and conclude. Immediately you get a compiler error. See this, illegal modifier for the parameter, only final is permitted. Final I'm not discussing now. So where can the static members can appear? At the class level. Method locals can never be static. So if you want to add a static member, you have to go to the class level outside the method. And here if you want, for example, if you want some member public static, maybe int some number or test data, anything. So this is where you declare the static data members. They are at the class level. You understood? If you want to declare, you cannot declare them in the method level. So now this is the superficial explanation. Go for deeper one now. When you say static data members, where will be the memory? Where they will be memory allocated? Answer is right in front of you. Stack, heap, or method area. Answer is method area, whose name is metaspace. So here, whenever the class is getting loaded, so see this, whenever JVM's class loader will load this test1 class, it will allocate the memory. How many bytes it will allocate? I've given you the highlighted word already tells you. How many bytes it will allocate? 4. It's in. But where they will be allocated? In the method area. Okay. So that is what I'm mentioning here. Next line. How many times memory will be allocated? Memory is allocated only once at the class loading time. Class loading time. And Is it saved on the object heap? Answer is never. But it is saved in a special memory area, nothing but your method area, which is meta space. Now, most important statement. How many copies of static data member will be created? Guys, answer 1 is never sufficient. So tell me, 1, see already Akshata gave me wrong answer. Is it 1 per class or is it 1 per object? Akshata, it is 1 per class. For example, let's say I've got an employee class. I have declared, I will write down my question so that you will say otherwise, we never understood your question. So here is the question for you. So solve this. The question is, suppose you have got a employee class. Okay. And when I say employee class, let me write it in a minute because it's hardly a minute to write it. Because then I get to ask you proper question. Here I have created. Wait for me to write the question. ID. And let's say I've got a name of the employee. And suppose I've got a salary. Minimum things. Okay, ID means salary. And here I have got a static variable. Static int number of employees. Okay, so now there is no this thing. So this is your given. Okay, by the way, in CCEE type of exams, end module exams, people give you lot of code and ask you what will happen. So the question being asked is, if 10 employees are recruited or hired, that is 10 employee objects are created, how many copies of ID, name, salary, and number of employees would be created? Are you understanding the question? So that there is no ambiguity. Right in the morning, I want to clarify it. Let's see what you're answering. I'll not check your answer. So ID, name, salary, 10 copies. Absolutely correct answer. Guys, these are the instance variables. So instance variables are memory allocated on separate objects in the heap. So here these are the non-static data members. Non-static data members is equal to instance variables. So how many copies? Of course, 1 per object. Because how can one employee ID have the same ID as another one? There has to be 10 distinct copies. Your answer is absolutely right. So 10, here also 10 copies, and here also 10 copies. And where will be this memory allocated? Will it be in the stack or heap or method area, guys? Of course, in the heap. It is a part of the object. We have drawn the objects and object structures so many times. Okay, so that it will be. But here, the moment you declare it as a static data member, when will be memory allocated? At the class loading time. How many times? Class loading happens exactly once. So here, how many copies of number of employees will be created? Exactly 1 copy. And all the objects will be sharing the same copy of this. So last question. If I want to refer to, so okay, generally as a norm, you don't make the static, private static members are private because I should be able to find out information from anywhere. So in short, what it be? Forget the access specifier. How to refer to number of employees? Is it a class name dot member name, or will I require the object reference? Of course, emp dot number of employees. Okay, so 1 copy shared across 10 I'm saying because I said 10 employee objects, or I can say all 10 employee objects. Are we clear? Everyone is clear here? So that static members, there should not be any ambiguity in this. Am I clear in making the statement? Great. So now, when you say this, people are confused, in the beginning, when I give them some development, this thing, I mean, objective. So how do you take a call? How do you decide that a particular member has to be static or non-static? I'll repeat my question again. This is a design issue, design problem. Given a task, how will you decide that a particular data member should be the static or non-static? Yes? No, Madhuri, you did not understand me at all. I said, how will you take a call that whether to configure, whether to make a particular data member for static or not? None of you are giving me the correct. Some of you are close. You just have to ask yourself one question. You just ask yourself how many copies you want. If the answer to that question is, I need one copy per object, what will you mark it? Non-static. Are you understanding it? That is no keyword. But if your answer is one copy I want, not fixed and all that, all those are wrong words, Amol. If you want one copy I want to share across all the objects, what will you make it as? You will make it as static. Okay. So typically they can be used for generating ID generators, ID counters, or counting the total number of objects. These are the use cases. Okay. So now the next point. So they are stored in the meta space method area. Memory is allocated exactly once, and all the one single copy of a static member will be shared across all the objects belonging to the same class. Now the next level. When you declare this static data member, see this, I have declared this static data member. Is it by default initialized or uninitialized? Answer is right in front of you. These are popular questions. They are initialized. The moment you declare them, they are initialized to their default values. So I've taken certain example. If it is double, what is a double value? 0.0, char 0, boolean false. If it is a reference type of a static variable, it is null. And how do you refer to such members? You already answered that, class name dot member name. And example I have already given in form of a ID counter. Today I will ask you to make usage of this. You'll know when I give you the assignment. So tell me, is everyone 100% clear on static data members? Clear completely? If you are using static variable, you're still, somebody asked me a long question, but tells me that it is still, the things are still not clear. So I'll show you with an example. Okay, so tell me guys, this is your method local variable. The scope is only corresponding to this method. And here, if you see, they have given you a warning that the value is not used because I have not SOP'd it. But when I say int data, okay, let me ask you. Here I can initialize it also, but there is a static initializer block coming up. So currently I'll see this. So because somebody had a confusion, basic level confusion. If I say test data, anyone wants to tell me the output, please? What will be the output here? Because his question was, if I use method local variable and all, of course it has to be understood clearly. Answer, please. What will be the answer? You're not supposed to run it and show. So I'm getting both the answers. Check it out. Here, when you say test data, hover your cursor there. And it is nothing but the method local variable always takes the precedence. So here, print this. And of course, you'll see the value 1, 2, 3, 4. Now tell me, can static members be accessed from the static methods? That's my next point. But somebody asked me a question, so I have to solve it. So I want to see the output as 4, 5, 6, 7. How do I do it? It's not a priority, it's a precedence, but fine, it is okay. So the answer is class name dot member name. So here, so this was your first one. That's your method local variable. You can say this way. Please go through. I write so much of code for you. So please go through such examples for getting the clarity. Static variable. Okay. And then I say, somebody already gave me the answer. class name test1.testData and confirm please. With ID things become so easy. So whoever was asking the question, is he or she clear? I did not check. I just read the question in a flash. So it should not be ambiguity at all. Method local variables are of course given. Yes or no? I'm waiting for that person's response. Whoever asked the question. I lost whoever asked the question. Respond, guys. Don't waste time. Still not answering. Okay, you answer whenever you are ready. So this is I have tried to answer with a code example. So now, next one. The next one will give you even better clarity. So now we are talking about static methods. Okay. So here, read this slowly. These are again, some of them which whatever I have mentioned are the popular questions. Read only 2 lines and then we'll talk about rules and the questions and the answers, popular things all. So when you say static methods, which is the first static method you started writing in Java? Name the first static method you started with. Main, public static void main. So you already know about it. So the main method or any static method can be accessed without creating the instance of the object. How do you call this method? Class name dot method name, and here with the parenthesis you pass the arguments. Now I have already given you a popular question and the answer. Can you access this keyword? Super keyword you don't know. You will start understanding super keyword with inheritance today. So here I'm asking, can you access this keyword from the static method? Answer is no. Anyone wants to answer why? I have given already the answer to that. Because static methods are not associated with any object. Are you understanding me? No. It is not because static belongs to the class that is there. But the static methods are not associated with any object, and this refers to current object reference. Okay, this refers to current object reference. So simply try it out. Half your confusion will go away the moment you try to access it. So here I'm saying SOP this, and anytime you try to access, just take a look at it. You know, with ID it becomes so easy. It tells you clearly, loud and clear, cannot use this in a static context. Static context means static method, because this means current object reference, and static methods are not associated with any object. So how can they represent? So that is the rule. Rule means syntactical rule, but understanding is required. You cannot use this. And little later you will see like how this represents current object reference. Super represents the super class reference. So neither this nor super you can access. About super later with inheritance. Now read this. I've given you the answer also, but I can always ask you why. Read the first rule. Can static methods access other static members directly? When I say directly, what I mean is without creating the instance. Answer is yes. So I will ask you, can you tell me the line number where I'm proving this point, where the rule is obvious? Give me the line number in the code where you are seeing this. Line number 10 is a very right answer. So what is this method? Static method. Can it access the static member? Yes, of course. So, and do I have to create the instance of it? Of course not. Because somebody asked me about method local variable, I had to do this. But if now there is no ambiguity, can I access it even without that class name? Answer is yes again. So I'm giving you a lot of, changing code samples. Do understand the concept with code sample and with concept, and then your clarity is best. So let me ask you, can static methods directly access the static members? Very much yes. You got me? Now, I had shown you yesterday one code sample, testing parameter, and I told you we will talk about static and all that. So let me check your clarity. So here I'm having private static void something like show. Okay. So now the question being asked is, if I want to call, my main method wants to call the show method. This is your show method. So tell me how to call. So you have two options. Can I call it directly as in without instantiation, or do I have to create the instance and then call it? Answer is call it directly. That is what I was trying to explain you guys yesterday, but some of you were very confused, so I left it. So here, suppose I want to say, how do I call it? Directly. So here, check whether it is working. So let me run this. And as you can see, it is working clearly. So what is the observation and conclusion? Can static methods access some other static methods directly? Yes. Directly means what? Without instantiation. 100% yes. But now see the fun. What is happening? Tell me. Compiler error or no error? All these are very popular, basic level, but popular questions. Of course, compiler error. Are you understanding? So what is the statement? Can static methods access non-static members directly? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Of course not. So what is it? But I want this to work. So what is it I'll have to do, guys? I'll have to create the object. So I'll have to create the object. Don't say object.method. It's the object reference.method. So what is it I'll have to do? What is the name of the class? Test1. So here, test1, let's say T1 equal to new test1. Are you getting this? And then I can call T1.show1. Are we understanding it completely? I told you, give me time. And when we come to the topic, you will understand it inside out, not till then. Okay. So these rules I have tried to, put it in statements. So whenever you are preparing for exam or interviews or whatever, you just have to go to refer to day-wise readmes and whatever additional links and tutorials I share, and you will be good. Can a class have, so this is your, what is it? Non-static method. This is your non-static method. Let me add a static method also. I'm just keeping private because I want it only within the class. So suppose I say private void test. And here I'm saying, oh, sorry, I forgot the static keyword. And I'm saying in test, and let me call it as static method or static context, they call it. And this is your non-static method. I'm going to ask you a question, so be ready. So listen to the question, please. Here, can this test method directly call show method? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Can test directly call show? Absolutely not. But vice versa, can show directly call test method? Answer is yes. So what is the point I'm trying to make? The non-static method means what? Non-static methods become available after the object is created. And before object creation, class loading happens. So here you can definitely call that. Try it out. Best is try it out. So here you will not see any error. So non-static members can directly access the static members without issue. I can access that data member also, test data. You can try this out, but vice versa, it is not possible. So if you just run this, you can see in show. So here, that is, I'm calling it directly. I'm showing you various rules with the example, and you can see here the test. I mean, from the show, I could call the test method. So all these combinations, I've written it clearly. Read it one by one with the answers also. Can static methods access other static members directly? You have seen it. Yes. Can static methods access other non-static members directly? What is the answer here? You saw that. Answer is no. You have to create the object and then you can access it through the object reference. Tell me, are both the rules clear to you? All clear to all of you? Girish, I'm not adding the comments here. There are rules here. You take little bit efforts. So you read the read me and you read the things. Everything is written here. So I don't have to write the comments separately. All these are written here. Okay, so you just have to open read regarding static and open my code. Now, similar things I have written here. So you just have to tell me why. So solve this. Class A. This is the non-static data member. This is the static data member, and this is the static method. So quick question. If I create 100 instances of class A, how many copies of I and how many copies of J will be created? I 100 copies, one per object, and J single copy created, memory allocated right at the class loading time. So anyone wants to tell me why there will be a compiler error here? Because here, which is the method? Static. Static methods are available directly at the class loading time, class name dot method name. How can it access the non-static member? So of course you will get a Java C error. And why you won't get a Java no compiler error? Because static members can access other static members directly. So this is a rule. This is an example. Now the next one, I've explained this also. Can non-static methods access the static members directly? You saw that. Of course, the answer is yes. So this is not complex. You just have to remember, when will static members become available? Class loading time. When will instance members become available? After creating the object. So which is happening later. So non-static methods can directly access static members directly. Can you tell me the line number where we are checking it? Give me the line number where our non-static method is calling the static method. Already it is highlighted. Are you getting it? So this is how is it. This is the meaning of your static members, static data members, and static methods. So this is already I've supplied in test class if you do it. When there will be no error, when there will be error. Now, so just a minute's recap before I take you to static import part. Okay, so here tell me, when you talk about static data members, where there are, no break. Nilesh, it is 9:56. My voice is breaking or you need a break? What do you mean by break word? I don't understand, Nilesh. Is my voice breaking, guys? But then I answered that already. Method local variable is only limited for method. I answered your question and I asked you to respond and you never responded. Talk to me directly in the lab session. Okay, so majority is saying no, so there must be some error on your side. Anyway, so answer my questions in the recap, revision. So tell me, how many copies of static data members are created, when and where? Answer 3 questions. How many copies, when it is created, and where it is created? So 1 copy, definitely. When? Nobody answered me when. At the class loading time. And where? That answer is method area. Okay. If this is a 1 copy, will it be shared across all the objects from the same class? Answer is very much yes. Will static members be initialized to the default values or will they be uninitialized like your local variables? Answer is they are default initialized. So I'll give you the data type. You give me the value. Int, byte, short, long, char, 0. For false, I gave you the answer. I was wanting to say for Boolean. Of course, it is false. And for reference type, what it will be, guys? Null. For float, 0.0. Again, people are saying uppercase null. There is no uppercase null here. For float, 0.0f. For double, 0.0. So that's it for static members. Now let me ask you a question regarding static methods. Can static method directly access other static methods as well as static data members? 100% yes. What do I mean by directly? Value of char will be 0. I said that already. But 0 value doesn't get printed. So all you will see is blank. Okay, next question. So yeah, without instantiation, absolutely, Prashant. So static members static methods can access other static methods as well as static data members without instantiation. Okay, so that job done. Now the next question, can static methods directly access non-static members as in without instantiation? No. So what is it you have to do first? You'll have to create an object as an instance, and then you can use it as object reference dot member. Got me completely? The last question. The last question is the reverse one. Can non-static method access the static members directly? Answer is 100% yes. Why? Because when you talk about non-static methods, they are associated with object reference, and before object gets created, class is loaded. So these rules are not complex if you understand the meaning. Okay, so now I'll just take this one and then we'll stop for we'll take a break. So static can appear at data member, static can appear at the method level. There is a third one called as it is actually called as import static or static import. You can see this. So here there's a static import syntax where you can use this is very convenient. You will see how convenient over time. So when you say static import, you are telling the compiler that you can use all the static members from the specified class. That is for your import. That is called as import static syntax. So here, look at it carefully. Suppose, okay, let me first comment this. Okay, this much. So I have not used the static import syntax, as you can see. So if I want to print something on the console, what is it we have to write? System.out.println. If I want to create my scanner, what is it I have to write? System.in. Somebody was saying I could not understand square root. Square root is such an easy functionality from the math class. So all you have to do is math.square root. In system class, there is a way to request for garbage collection, which is class name.member name system.gc. This is a request for the garbage collector thread to be activated. And if you want to terminate the application, there is a method in the system class called as system.exit. So tell me, without static import, all these statements are clear to each and every one of you? There's no gc.close. You're wrong, Mohit. Okay. But I'm saying when there is a shortcut, why you want to type more? So let me ask you simple questions. Can anyone tell me what is out? Is it a static data member of the system class? Method is wrong, Diksha. It is a static data member of the system class. Everyone understands it? So isn't it irritating every time saying system.out.println? I'm a lazy programmer, so I want to say, I just want to refer it by without this class name.member name. But if you do it directly, 100% you will get a compiler error. So now enter static import syntax. We call it as static import, but while writing, we write it as import static. So let me uncomment one by one. So here, see it from left to right. Everyone knows the import keyword. After import, what was coming? The package name and the name of the class which you wanted to import. So understand this carefully. So after that, you just add a static keyword. That is the third place where the static keyword comes. And now when I say java.lang, what is java.lang? Name of the package or name of the class? P or C, name of the package. But here you don't stop at the package name. Here is your fully qualified class name, java.lang.system. And when you say star, star means all. So you are telling compiler that you want to access directly all static members of system class. So the moment you say import static in this manner, do I have to say explicitly system.out.println? Answer is no. I have already told import directly or access directly all static members. So now you can drop the class name. Tell me, do I need this or can it be shortened? Do I have to say system.in or simply in will suffice? So here, because in is another static member, I'm again a lazy programmer who wants to call every time class name dot member name. I just want to do square root of 1, 2, 3, 4 or whatever. So here, but you will get a compiler error. So what is it you have to do is, again, see the syntax. You start with import static. Then you follow it by fully qualified class name. And such, this code is requiring not all API. So you don't have to say star. I can say here sqrt. So what is it you are telling the compiler? I want to directly access math.square root with sqrt. So this will work 100%. But if you want to use your power function, those who have tried the distance formula, they must have used math.power, math.sqrt and all that. Yesterday's assignment I'm talking about. So then you can say again math.star. And the moment I say the GC is the method from the system class, I don't have to explicitly say system.gc. I can just use it as a GC. And your compiler will resolve it from system class. And I don't have to specify this. I can directly access it by the static method name. So I'm of course stopping here, but after making one statement. So there is no concept involved with static import. It is only used for convenience. And later in advanced Java or core Java, we'll see wherever it is. So here, if you use no, you won't get error. Try it out. Such questions, you should try it out. The last question somebody asked me, if I say again math.square root, it won't, but it is not required. So such questions, you should check it yourself. Okay, going ahead. Where is the use case? When I show you unit testing framework, JUnit test cases and all, you will see static imports they use so heavily. And they will they static import, will they increase your code or will they reduce your code? Simple last question. Of course, that will be inside the, of course, it is for the code reduction. So somebody asked me something else. For all these methods should be static. Yes, of course. Kunal, why you are asking me this question so late? I already said these are all the static members. Read the comment, please. This is for adding all the static members, accessing all the static members of the system class. Okay, so here is where we will use it. Okay, why don't I use it before I give you the break? So tell me, I'm too lazy to write. Where is that SOP? So I want this. Okay, and I want to get this and not have a scanner here. So of course now it is cribbing. So anyone, last question from this session. Tell me how to fix this error. Type it on your chat. I want to remove this error. You can see there is a compiler error here. So give me that import static syntax. Import, you forgot Girish static keyword. Yes, others are fine. So currently I'm using only system.out. So I can be specific. So import. Then comes the keyword static. Then comes the fully qualified class name java.lang.system. And what is it I'm having here is only the out data member. So either you can say only system.out. But if I want to use system.in, system.gc, system.exit, you can replace it by out can be replaced by star. Star is all static members from a specific class. So are you somewhat clear about static import syntax? Okay, so that will be all for this. So we will resume exactly at 11:05. I don't think I have written anything which is worth sharing. So that will be all for this session. See you at 11:05. I don't understand what is that question mark. Down. So I won't be able to start video unless until it is up and running. So please bear with me. So let's have a quick recap of static import. Am I audible? Am I clear? Okay, thanks. So here, let's have a quick, recap of static import. So if I want to call for solving yesterday's assignment of a distance formula, math classes power function. So first answer, is power function static or non-static? S or NS? It is a static one. Everyone understands it? So how do you call it ordinarily? Class name dot member name, which is what? Math dot power or math dot square root or math dot pi. Pi is a pi constant. But if I don't want to call it as math dot square root, math dot power, math dot pi, can you tell me what is that import static you will use? Type it out on Zoom. What is that import static syntax you will use? Import static java.lang.math.star is a very right answer. Rohan, you forgot import static keyword. Don't forget import. After import, you have to supply the static keyword. So import static and then followed by fully, Suprabha, you also import static is what is required. So when you say import static java.lang.math.star, you can directly access all static members of math class without saying math.member name. Everyone is clear? So that is what we had stopped at. So let us continue from that point onwards. What is the next usage? So which all usages we have seen so far? Can you tell me where all I have shown you that static keyword will come, can come? I've shown you 3 usages. Anyone wants to list out where all static keyword can come? So far discussed. Static data members, static methods, and import static syntax. Everyone clear? So now let me take you to the next level. Next level means next usage. So the next usage is there is something called as static initializer block. You might have heard about it before. Have you heard of it with ma'am? Static initializer block? Great. So I will but still I will recap, don't worry. So when you say static initializer block, what is it used for? Will it be used for initializing static data members, non-static data members, both or neither? Of course, to initialize static data members. You're absolutely right. So here, what is the syntax? Syntax is there is a keyword static followed by curly braces, opening and closing. So let me ask you, where this static initializer block will appear? Will it be within the class, inside the class, or outside the class? I for in, O for out. Wrong answer. There is nothing outside the class. There's no connection with the main and all. Leave all those things from your mind. It has no connection. It will get called if there is a main before main, but it is not like every time you have to have main. So one answer at a time. Static initializer block will be defined within a class. Guys, Java is fully encapsulated language. Means what? All static, non-static data members, initializer blocks will be defined inside the class. Now the beauty of it. Beauty of it means peculiarity about it. How many times the static initializer block will get called? Exactly once. When? At the class loading time. If you don't understand this, at the class loading time. And who is going to call it? The JVM's class loader. Who is going to call this is nothing but a JVM's class loader. So there are 2 use cases. One use case is to initialize all static data members. Static initializer block is recommended. And the other use case, which I'll show you when you understand more things about Java, is you can add any functionality. Okay, let me say this properly. If you want to call a particular logic, business logic or functionality exactly once, examples. There is a famous design pattern called a singleton pattern, which I'll show you when I take you to Java database programming. I'll show you a little later. And when we enter Enterprise Java, Advanced Java, there is a Hibernate framework, Spring framework. So for initializing these frameworks, we will use static initializer block. So recap, static initializer blocks are going to be added inside the class. They will be called exactly once during the class loading time by the JVM's class loader. And 2 use cases, 2 practical usages of this is to initialize. If you have static data members, Which is the best place to initialize them? Static initializer block. Plus, you can definitely add the functionality there, and it will get automatically called once. So I'll show you sometime. You can create something called a singleton pattern, eager singleton pattern using static initializer block, or later we will use it for loading the frameworks. Read the next thing. Where do they appear and what it is? So they appear within the class definition. What all can it access directly? The moment now I say in the middle of night, static. Can it access static members, non-static members, both or neither directly? Answer that. Only static members, naturally. And if it wants to call or access the non-static member, first the object can be created, has to be created, and using the object reference, you can call like any other static node. And this is just a trick question. Can you add multiple static initializer blocks in a single class? Answer is yes, it is legal. But is it really recommended? Answer is no. All whatever you want to do, you generally write within a single static initializer block. But if you write multiple, it is allowed. And in which order they will be called? In the same order as they appear. Okay. So that is about your static initializer block. So let us confirm this. I'll just copy this because this was basically in the arrays package. In the lab session, I'm going to give you a small code, ready-made code, and we will solve it parallelly. So just a second. What I'll do is, see, somebody wanted me to show the how to create packages. So if you want to explicitly create the package, see this. There is a symbol, new Java package. So first click on SRC, new Java package. And suppose I want to call it as static functionality or test static. So this is how you create it. And I don't want to waste our time. So I'll just paste it here, test1, and I'll remove the array part of it because this is not really the array thing. Give me a minute. Okay. So I have kept the code clean. So now I'll write something and you will tell me what will be the output. So answer before I start writing, tell me, initializing static data members like this, recommended or not recommended? Answer is not recommended. Okay. So here, can I add to this class a static initializer block? Of course, yes. Can I add multiple static initializer blocks? Is it legal? Legal means will that give you a compiler error? Answer is no. But is it really recommended? Answer is no. But as you know, in exam or in interviews, technical interviews and all, you are asked a lot of confusing questions. So I'm just tracing the code. I'll show you sometime attaching the debugger, but in the lab session. It's just to trace step by step flow you can test. And here, can I initialize? Okay, I'll just do it in a proper manner. So, okay. So now I'll do something here. Can I access it directly? 100% yes. Static initializer block can access any static data members 100%. So let's say 100. And here I'll say I'm just keeping the things simple and clear. Give me a second, please. And here I'm calling a method test. Just to, give you some, what will happen type of a practice. And test, I will say, test data. Okay. So I have written, I don't require this method currently. So this. Okay, so now I have made a lot of changes. So let us take it from the top. What does this mean? This means you can directly access out as the variable without saying system.out. In short, you are importing directly the static member out from the system class. Now tell me, what will be the value which will be initialized? to test data in line number 7. Quick answers. We have not imported system class. Somebody gave me a wrong answer. We have statically imported out member of the system class. That was this. Yeah, 0 is very right. Now tell me, what will happen next? So let me say in the main. Okay, so what will be the output? Will it go through 1, 2, or in main? What will appear? Of course, it will be 1, right? So this first, that is what I told you. The static initializer blocks appear. In that way, they are executed as in the same sequence. So this will be executed and you are initializing this. So what does this tell you? Static initializer block can access static members directly. Got it. Now, will it call main? Of course not. It sees on its way another static initializer block. So what will be the next output? 2. Here, I'm incrementing the test data plus plus. So 100 becomes 101. And then can static initializer block call a static method directly? Very much yes. You don't call main. Main will be called by the JVM's main thread. But any other method you can call. So here the output will be in test static method. I'll print this. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the value of test data, please? What will be the value of test data here? You remember it is incremented. Simple questions I'm asking. Again, incrementing it further. So now tell me, all our static initializer blocks have been called. So now what will JVM's main thread do? Then it will call the main method. And in main method, what is it you are going to find is the value of the test data will be, what will be the output in main? 102. So this is for identifying the sequence. And that is what will get printed here. Okay. So let's try running this and confirm whether whether our understanding is matching the output. So this is thanks to first static initializer block. This is second static initializer block. And that second static initializer block is calling the static method with the incremented value. And finally, it comes to main and prints this. So tell me, are we completely clear on static initializer block? Okay. Now, what is opposite to static is non-static. So as a trick question, people might ask you this because, exam setters, interviewers are very fond of, asking trick questions. So now I'm giving you the example of non-static initializer block. Have you done this? I have to ask you because, that tells me that how much in slow or fast I can go. You have not yet done it. Okay, so fine. Let's do it with me. So non-static initializer block, there is, of course, the static keyword missing. So it is only the pair of curly braces. So this is your non-static initializer block. I will add a SOP here. It is also called as non-static means instance. So it is also called as instance initializer block or non-static initializer block. Both are legal terms. So non-static, in the bracket I'll mention instance initializer. Okay. So now a simple question. Let's see whether you can answer. How many times this non-static is equal to instance initializer block will get called? I want it as 1 per something. Don't say 1. 1 doesn't tell me anything. Nobody will buy your answer in interviews. 1 per what? 1 per block? I don't understand 1 per block. No. Is it 1 per object or is it 1 per class? As simple as that. The moment you say instance initializer, what it will be? Of course, it will be 1 per instance, 1 per object. So now tell me, if I run the code as it is, I'm just going to run it. Will this appear or will this not appear? You just have to tell me, appears or doesn't appear? Of course, does not appear. Why it doesn't appear? Because where I have created any object. Okay, so please confirm. Everything has to be confirmed. I always tell people, you can ask me questions anytime, no issues. That's my job to solve. But first you try it out. And when you don't understand something, then we can have the very interesting conversation. So tell me, is instance initializer block been called or not called? Has it been called or not called? It is not called because 0 objects are created. Okay. So now let me ask you. See, when I take a particular topic, I always like to revise earlier stuff. So my question to you all is, suppose I say this, test 1, let's say ref 1 equal to new test 1. So answer my question. After adding the semicolon, compiler error or no error? I'll repeat my question. After I add the semicolon, will there be a compiler error or no error? Answer is no error. You are right. Why? There's no error. Why? Because anyone wants to tell me? Let me see the correct answer. Exactly. Abhijit is right. When you don't supply the constructor, Java is anyway going to give you the default constructor. You got me? So now can you tell me? Okay, just a second. Okay, so you have questions. So here, how many times static initializer block will get called? I mean, how many times you're going to see this 1 and 2? And how many times you're going to see this? So how many times static initializer block is 1? And how many times non-static is equal to instance initializer block will get called? Answer is 2. Confirm. Everything is observe and conclude. That is how you have to learn any technology. Be it Java, be it JavaScript, React, whatever, .NET, whatever. Okay, so here, can you see this? So take a look at this. This is only once, exactly once. So here, first static initializer block, second static initializer block, calling that method. Now the control reaches the main with the additional variable, added variable and all. And how many times this non-static is equal to instance initializer block getting called? 1 per class loading or 1 per object creation? Answer is 1 per object creation. And the last one before we move on to real topic of the day. So here, let me do something. Okay. So keep observing. Your observation should be good. Okay. So tell me, how many copies of ID will be created? How many copies of test data will be created? ID and test data. I'm coming to that, Vinod. Give me 1 minute. Answer is here, test data, 1 copy, ID, 2 copies. You got that? Now when I say this, can you tell me what is the best way? What is the best way to initialize non-static data member? How we initialize? Of course, with the constructor, default constructor or parameterized constructor. Quickly, D or P? Answer is default constructor. You initialize it with default constructor. Then you have to hard code. Parameterized constructor is what we use to initialize the state as per the user values, right? So here, let us add a constructor. So I hope by now everyone understands writing the constructor part. Currently, no code outside the package is using it. So I'm calling it as just with a default scope. And here I'm saying int ID. How should I initialize? Inside. I hope everyone understands the constructor part at least by now. This dot ID equal to ID. And now tell me why there is a compiler error here. Why there's a compiler error? Because there is no matching constructor. The moment you supply a parameterized constructor, default constructor is gone. You got that? So now here I'll say something. Okay. So the popular question people ask you is, in this case, of course, how many objects I'm creating? 2. So there is a constructor also going to be called. There is a instance initializer also will be called. But what will be called first? Vinod, after this, I can answer your question. Answer is wrong. Answer is first instance initializer block gets called. So Vinod had asked me an interesting question earlier. He was asking me what is the difference between a default constructor and instance initializer. So first the instance initializer will get called, which will initialize all the members to the default state, and then default constructor gets called. Okay. So coming back to the point, confirm, always should confirm. And of course, I should add a statement here. So I'll see here in constructor. So I got this and observe and conclude. And you tell me. So here, observe this and tell me what is getting called first, instance initializer or the constructor? Everyone can confirm this. It's the initializer block, non-static initializer block or that instance initializer block and followed by the constructor. So that is typically, I'll tell you typical things. Typically, we don't use the instance initializer block. What is the disadvantage of instance initializer block? You cannot pass any arguments. The moment you write a constructor, you can always pass the parameters and create it as a parameterized constructor. So generally I'm saying there are special cases where you'll hardly see in your coding practice the non-static initializer block. So I just wanted to cover it in short because when I talk about static, you should know whether there is an equivalent of it. So this is what was the non-static initializer block. There is a last keyword, there's a last occurrence of static keyword. In Java, there is a concept of a nested classes, a class within another class. But that topic is a vast topic, so I take it on a specific particular day. So at that time, I'll tell you that inner class, the nested class can be created in a static manner. So whenever I explain, not today it is too early for that, it's just a fourth day. So this is your outer class definition. That outer class can have static as well as non-static members, and you can add the complete inner class, nested class definition, and that can be accessed in a static manner. So the point I'm trying to make is, this is a pending topic. I'm going to cover the nested classes on a particular day, at least 2 hours you'll require for understanding. And at that time, I'll show you different varieties. So tell me, are the code, okay, code you want to see? Just a second. Yeah. So which part? This is your code. Take a look at it and ask me question. Or best is, okay, what I'll do is I'll share this code with you. Give me a second. I'm sending you this code. So, you can play with the code in the lab or later or whenever time permits. And you can do that. Give me a minute. Test static, test1. Yeah, I have sent you the code test1.java. If you want, you can always add it in your ID. If you have an immediate question, do ask. I'm waiting here for your question. Okay, you can ask it later, even in the lab when you have the code and everything in front of you. So now let me start the important topic. Girish, you did not hear me. I said we will cover the nested classes on a specific day. Hear what I'm saying. I'm not covering it now. You are too early for that. It requires a lot of understanding, first basic understanding, and then only I can take you to nested classes. Okay. So I'll give you instructions. Don't worry. I said that just a minute ago. Nested classes is the pending topic. That time static nested classes will be discussed. Okay. So now let us move on to the second half. Second half means the real topic of today is introduction to inheritance. So which is the object-oriented principle you have seen? You don't need it generally, Darshana. I told you already. People use parameterized constructor. Don't make me repeat the things. I have already said that. So the special cases I cannot discuss now because you won't understand. There is something called as an anonymous inner class syntax, but you don't know what it is. So at that time, the things are discussed. The only object-oriented principle you have seen so far is encapsulation. And what is the basic unit of encapsulation in Java is class. So the data and the actions which work on the data is all encapsulated. And when you go for tight encapsulation, you're protecting your data members. So no separate code, no code outside can ever access it. Okay, so that much you know. So now let us take you to the second most important principle. So you will see the README, which I'm sharing with you, is a quite longer one.
Everything I don't think I know we won't be able to cover, but at least we'll get started. So here I will highlight, you first read it, and then as always, I'll explain it line by line. So here, it is a very real life concept. So anyway, let me not speak, you read. All the terms will not be clear unless until we talk in examples. So just do the reading part initially, and I'll start my explanation, of course, with example. Okay, so you must have finished reading. So let's look at me and look at it with me. So in object-oriented programming, you will see we will be organizing the required classes, not always, but yes, sometime, most of the time, in the hierarchical manner, top to down. And what is the purpose of it? To avoid the duplication. Okay, so let me say this. Would you like to add the same data members 20 times in the class, or would you prefer to declare it just once? 20 or once? Simple question, simple answer. Once sound always easy, better. So that will result into reduction of redundancy. Redundancy means same things doing multiple times. So here, listen to this. So what is this relationship? The relationship which everyone knows from your real world experience, parent and a child. So as a child, you inherit all the what do you say, your parent may be having some properties such as houses, bank accounts, or whatever. It is both liabilities as well as assets, but I'm saying you inherit all the things. So the classes in the lower hierarchy means child level inherit all the members. I've not yet talked about access specifiers. I'll talk about it later. And also the methods, that is the data members, which is attributes, and the behavior, that is the functionality from the higher hierarchies. So what are the terms people use in inheritance? So the class which is in the lower hierarchy is the one who is going to inherit from parent. So it is called in Java a subclass, or C++ calls it typically as a derived class, or you can refer to it as a child class, or it is also called as extended class. But Java typically uses the terms subclass and a superclass. So tell me, what is the name of the class for the higher hierarchy, upper hierarchy? Is it a superclass or a subclass? Answer is the one in the upper hierarchy is superclass. And what is the one in the lower hierarchy? Below that it is called, it is a subclass. So it is either called as a base and derived, or parent and child, or the one Java uses is superclass and a subclass. Okay, so I'll tell you an example and you tell me where will you fit it. Okay, so before I quote the example, let me say this. When you bring in inheritance, inheritance is referred to as is a relationship between the objects. Okay, so keep that with you. I've written it further somewhere. So I'll give you an example and let's see whether you can understand. I'm talking about a fruit and a mango. Okay, so there is a fruit class, there is a mango class. So can you tell me, can you think of inheritance between the two? It's a yes or no question. Answer is yes. How do you say this? Can I say mango is a fruit?
Of course, yes. Mango is a fruit. So now the obvious next question is, which will you mark? I already got it from one of you. Which one will be the superclass and which one will be the subclass? Superclass will be fruit and subclass will be mango. Everyone gets me? The fruit is the common hierarchy. So fruit can have a name, fruit can have a weight, it can have a color, it can have a smell, fragrance, whatever, size, etc., availability, etc. And when I say mango, mango's peculiarities are it is a juicy fruit, it can be pulp, etc. So additional features I can add it in the subclass. So now talk about fruit and a banana. Okay. Wrong, Kunal. Exactly opposite. Mango extends fruit, not this way. Okay, so I'm not yet come to the keyword, so don't jump ahead of the topic, and anyway, that is wrong. Okay, so hear me out. If I say fruit and a banana, can you establish inheritance between the two? Can I say banana is a fruit? Yes. So which will be superclass and which will be subclass, guys? The fruit is a superclass and banana is a subclass. So if you don't apply inheritance, if you don't say they are bound by inheritance, there's a keyword coming up called as extends. So if you don't use any extends or inheritance, yes, Rishikesh, you're right. So in that case, the name of the fruit, I'll have to declare in 3 places. In fruit class, in banana class, in mango class. Or if you add cherries or whatever, oranges and whatever, sweet lemon and all that, sweet lime and all that. So tell me, would you like to declare the name of the fruit in 20 times or only once? And that too in the superclass? Answer is 1. So that is what I'm hinting at. Okay. Another example, which we are going to develop today. Let me ask you, can you identify any relationship, any inheritance relationship, any is a relationship between a person, a student, a faculty? It's a yes or no question. Answer is yes. So can you tell me what will be the superclass and which will be subclass? You can use the first, short forms. Person is a superclass. Absolutely correct. And which will be the subclasses, guys? Can I say student is a person? Of course, yes. Can I say faculty is a person? Yes, again. So the faculty and student will extend from person. The name of the keyword itself is extends. Absolutely correct. Think about the next one. Employee, manager, sales manager. So can you fit it in the inheritance hierarchy? Means you start listing it from the super to sub. So what will be the ultimate superclass? Employee. Can I say manager is an employee? Yes, of course. Which is the keyword we are going to use for inheritance in Java? Extends. So what will be the class definition of a manager? Class manager extends employee. You got this? Yes, Shubham, you're right. All of you are right earlier. Now tell me, will you say class sales manager extends employee, or would you rather prefer class sales manager extends from manager? What will be the super class of sales manager? Of course, sales manager is an employee, but guys, sales manager is a special form of manager where the sales targets and everything is used. So what is the hierarchy you are talking about? Employee, extended by manager, extended by sales manager. So can I say sales manager is a manager? Yes. Can I say sales manager is an employee? Yes, again. I'll give you an analogy. Suppose you are fortunate enough to have grandparents. Having grandparents is a deal, you know that. So suppose you have grandparents and they have left you with some of their property. Let's say, let's talk in concrete. Your grandparents, mother side, father side, whatever, any parental side, have left you with a house. Your parent has left you with a good amount of bank balance. So tell me, what all will you inherit? Your choices are house, bank balance, both or neither. Answer is both. Are you getting it? See, when you apply to a physical world, immediately things become clear. Okay, so that is what I meant by this. So here, when you say apply inheritance, after learning inheritance, you cannot apply it anywhere and everywhere. You have to look for, can I establish is a relationship between the objects? If the answer is yes, 100% you can apply inheritance. So why inheritance? One word answer, reusability. Enhancing reusability. Enhance means what? Increasing reusability and reducing redundancy. Redundancy means repeating yourself. Okay. So now read this carefully. By pulling out the common variables and methods. That is, by pulling out common data members and methods into superclasses, what is the only thing you will have to declare in the subclass? Additional data members, because in addition to inheriting bank balance and your house, you have to do something on your own also. It is not like you're just sitting back on inheritance, right? So suppose you are saying that, okay, I'm working, or I'm a student and also earning, or I'm learning and enhancing my skills, whatever. So only the additional details, such as additional data members. And since you are a student, maybe you are studying, I'm saying. Okay, so some additional methods you will supply in subclass. So the redundancy can be reduced. Why redundancy is reduced? Because you are defining common properties and common methods only once in a superclass. So it is completely eliminated or at least reduced. And read this, common members, data members and common methods do not need to be repeated in the subclasses. So why inheritance? To enhance the reusability, and the opposite word is to reduce the redundancy. Okay, so you understood the meaning of this paragraph with examples, guys? Yes, absolutely correctly said, Rishikesh. Okay, so here read this. Subclass inherits all the member variables and methods from the superclass. Means what? From the immediate parent, like your immediate parent, or all of your ancestors, grandparent, grandparent, everywhere. Okay. And you can use the inherited methods and variables, whichever are visible. So we'll talk about it. Now, this is also, actually I'll highlight only this. A child class, a subclass, may override the inherited method by providing its own version. So this is what is the aspect called as polymorphic behavior. I'll give you an analogy, because words sound complex, concept is not. So let's say, imagine you have inherited a house, from your parent. Okay. But the parent, grandparent, I don't care, from the top level. So from one of your ancestors, let's say parent, easy. But you don't like the look of that house. Maybe it's not as modern as you want. So tell me, can you demolish that house? Unfortunately, I'm not saying this is the way you have to go. You maintain and you just change the look or whatever. But the point is, can I modify? Can I renovate? Can I demolish it and build it completely differently? Answer is yes. Or if I'm fond of, I'm not yet gone to runtime and all that. Yes, but it is correct, Kunal. So if I want, maybe I'll keep the exterior, that classic look, that ancient look, traditional look as it is, and inside I will renovate. In short. So let's not get carried away too much. The point is, you have a choice. You means a subclass has a choice. It can inherit the property, it can inherit the members as it is, or it can change the behavior. And you will see that changing the behavior is nothing but polymorphism. Single functionality, multiple formats. I'll discuss that separately. Don't worry. So, but you don't use only inheritance. Inheritance compounded. Compounded means added with polymorphism is a great combination. And that is the basis of all further Java topics. So today, tomorrow, whole day,
we are going to completely spend on inheritance and polymorphism. So do not turn up late. Do not miss any of it, because if you don't understand something, then the further topics become really confusing. So this is that method overriding, changing the functionality. But in Java, you cannot override the inherited data member. There's no overriding for data member. There is a hiding. So all of that will become clear with example. So this is my own summary line. If you understand, not today, don't push yourself that I say something and you have to immediately understand. By tomorrow evening, even if you understand this inside out, I'm more than happy. So let me say this. So here, what is it I'm saying? This is my one-liner summary to understand your inheritance as well as polymorphism. Subclass is a superclass. So I'll talk an example. Mango is a fruit. Got this? And something more. So in the fruit class, I just have written maybe the weight of a fruit or a color of a fruit. Okay. So here, mango may add additional data members as a which variety of mango you are talking about. Suppose it is Alfonso or whatever. Okay. So it can have additional state. It can have additional methods also. So subclass need not just sit back and just inherit and enjoy it. It can do something additionally on its own. Plus, whatever it has inherited, it doesn't like. It wants to change, and which is called as method overriding. So the functionality, the method declaration will be the same, but the method definition can vary as per the subclass's choice. So subclass essentially is a superclass which can contain additional state, additional behavior, and it can also modify, if required, existing inherited behavior. So this of course takes time to understand. So now rest of the day, today, tomorrow, I'm going to spend time in making you understand this. Okay, so some of the hierarchies for you. You already answered, so I'm not going to bore you with the same. So here, okay, so what I'll do is, first I'll show you how that inheritance diagram, hierarchy diagram is drawn typically. So here, wait a second. So you're entering the inheritance part. So I'm talking about, I'll draw some of it. Some of it you will help me to draw. So let me take these examples. Just as all of them I'll not draw, but at least some of them for you. So here we are entering inheritance. Yeah, some of the examples are in front of you. So let me start with the first one. Person, student, faculty. We already talked about it. So I'm just repeating. So here, the super level is person. Yes, this is the super class. And then it is going to be extended by student and a faculty. Because can you say student is a person? Of course, yes. And can I say faculty is a person? Answer is yes again. So what will be the class definition of a person? Normal, public class person or person. What will be the class definition of student? Anyone? I'll start it for you. Public class student or simply class student. Yes, please. Which is the keyword to bind? No, which is the keyword for inheritance? Why you're giving public? Public is access specifier. Wake up and answer. Extends is the keyword. I said that already. So what will be the class definition of student, guys? It will be, I'm writing it here. This. So as an example, what it will be? Public. You can say public or default. That depends on your access specifier. Public class student extends. C++ syntax is different. Java syntax is different. Java syntax is even easier. Extends. And which is the name of the superclass? In C++, we use double colon and all that. Nothing of the sort here. And that is where is the class definition. Tell me accordingly. What will be the class definition of faculty class? Yes. Public class or normal class faculty extends from person. You got that? Okay. So now you solve. I'll give you a minute.
You can't draw it in this manner, I know that, but you can still type it in the chat and explain me. So I want somebody, not somebody, everyone to draw this. From the names you can make out, you can understand. I'm waiting for your answer. Employee manager, sales manager, HR manager, worker, and a temporary worker. Draw that for me. Draw means you can just write it. I don't want class definition, just a hierarchy will do. If the question is not clear, ask me to repeat. I'm asking you to show me how will you fit these classes into inheritance hierarchy. Okay, you are writing the class definition. I'm saying, okay, fine, whatever. So which will be the supermost class, guys? Employee. What will be the super class of manager? Public class. Again, you have made a mistake, Abhijit. Okay, anyway. So here, what will be the subclass? What will be the class definition of manager? Public class manager extends employee. Tell me, what will be the sales manager ka definition? Public class sales manager extends what? Exactly, extends from manager. So what will be the hierarchy, since you are making mistakes, some of you at least? Here, what will be the hierarchical picture? So here you have at the top, employee. Then employee is extended by a manager. Okay. So once I draw this, manager extends employee becomes obvious. Now below manager, can I say sales manager is a manager? Yes. Can I say HR manager is a manager? Yes, again, apply that is a very easy. So here I can have manager, below manager. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So sales manager maybe, and okay, I've used the full word like, and then it can be your HR manager. Are you understanding this? And this is only one half. So where should I place the worker? Below employee, below manager, or below these managers? Of course, employee. Worker is not a manager, at least not in our organization. So here you will have another one. Employee. So here this will be worker. And what is the specialized form of a worker? Worker can be hired in a temporary manner or a permanent manner. So where should I show the temp? Sorry. So where should be the temp worker? It should be below the worker. So here you have the temp worker. Are you getting this? So this is what I was asking you. So this is the example of single inheritance. I'll come talk about types of inheritance. This is the example of a multi-level inheritance. But before that, I want to highlight important point. So what is that important point? The important point is there any implicit superclass or universal superclass of all Java classes? Omkar, wait, have I started with the syntax? I've already said extends and all that. So I don't know why your question is. Of course, the answer is yes. So what is the name of the universal superclass, guys? Java.lang.object. So now tell me, in this hierarchy, where should I show the object class? Above person, above student, above faculty. What is it? Answer is above person. So here, implicitly. So do I have to say public class person extends object? Of course not. Guys, focus on the concept here. I'm talking in syntax, but syntax will come anyway later. So here you have to show the object class, which is from the package java.lang.object. Even your array being an object, arrays also inherit from here. And obviously, where should I show the object class in this hierarchy, guys? Obvious answer, easy question. Above the employee class. So implicitly, you don't have to say employee extends from object. Implicitly, it is going to extend from java.lang.object here. So this, and you will understand the meaning or the other significance of it. So much of API. You're going to learn toString. You're going to still use equals, hash code, later wait, notify, all so many important methods you can inherit and use it. And if you're not happy with their implementation, anything, whatever you are not happy with the inherited, you can always modify the behavior. You can always change the functionality using something called as method overriding. So this is a shape-based example, account-based, etc. So the point is not going through all the hierarchies. Point is to making you understand why inheritance and what is it. So these are the some of the standard hierarchies. And here I have mentioned that already. A subclass inherits all the members from the superclass, including its immediate parent as well as the above. So sales manager will be able to inherit from manager, employee, object, all of above, none of above. I said, yeah, I got the answer already. Answer is all of above. So, they ask you tricky questions in interviews and all. So later people ask me, give me some interview questions and all. All my readmes are full of that. So I don't have to separately give you. On a daily basis, I'm showing you. So subclass is not a subset of a superclass. You know the set theory, superset and a subset. Actually, subclass will have the inherited members plus the additional members. So you can consider it as a superset. But if you don't understand too many words, we'll wait for examples and soon it will be clear. So now, what is the type of the relationship which inheritance gives you is a relationship. There are two more relationships between the objects, uses a and has a. So I'll discuss others. You have seen uses a already, but I'll explicitly talk about it later time. Now, when you talk about inheritance, are we going from generalization to specialization or specialization to generalization when you climb down the hierarchy? See, English statements may sound complex. So look at the example. When you are going from person to student, are you going from generalization to specialization or what is it? G to S or S to G? You are going from general features. Soon examples will start. So all common features between student and faculty will push it to person. And whenever you say student has a specific detail. For example, which courses he has taken, what are the fees he has paid for the courses, etc. What are his favorite topics, etc. So that can be added in student. So when you are climbing down the hierarchy from superclass to subclass and such subclass, you are going from most common features, generalization to specific features. So that is a journey called as generalization to specialization. And I already showed you it's is a relationship. Sales manager, is a employee, is a object. That is how you read it. Why? For reusability, increasing reusability, reducing redundancy. The class in the upper hierarchy is called as a base class, or Java calls it as a superclass. And the one in the lower hierarchy is called as a derived class, which we call it as a subclass. And which is the keyword which binds these two classes, which relates these two classes? The keyword is extends. So this is the common introduction to your inheritance. Polymorphism will start at the suitable time. So now, here are the different types of inheritance. Some are supported, some are not. So read only this much. So when I say this single inheritance, B extending from A, mango extending from fruit, student extending from person. So this is your single inheritance. So is it supported? Is it allowed by Java? Allowed in Java? Is it legal in Java? Answer is yes. Java supports single inheritance. We are going to start with single inheritance in a short while. Similar to that, I mean, extension of that is multi-level inheritance. So take a look at this. A extended by B, extended by C. So what is it? Single level hierarchy or multi-level hierarchy? It's a multi-level hierarchy. So this is also allowed. Let me ask you a important question. If you think about this, is it truly a single inheritance or is it implicitly multi-level? Implicitly, what is it? Of course, it is implicitly multi-level. Anyone wants to tell me who is sitting above the class A, which is that common superclass object? So what is really this hierarchy implicitly? Explicitly, I'm not saying. Object extended by A, extended by B. Are you getting me? With examples, as I said, you will understand it. And then you have, okay, so this one, again, you have object extended by A, that by B, that by C. This is also supported in Java. So, of course, this is also supported and this is also supported. But the third type of inheritance, which C++ supports, but Java doesn't, C++ versus Java, is multiple inheritance. So is multiple inheritance supported by Java? Answer is not supported. Means what? If you try to write class A, for example, extends from multiple superclasses, all you will get is a compiler error. And that compiler error is for avoiding a famous, well-known ambiguity issue, which is known as diamond problem. But I cannot really explain the diamond problem before explaining method overriding, as in polymorphism. So we will come to polymorphism, method overriding, and I'll explain. I've written it here, but you need to understand the overridden method, overriding method. So you will understand it later, little later after polymorphism. So tell me, which inheritance is supported out of the list? What is it called? Is it a single inheritance, multi-level, or multiple? Answer is single and multi-level allowed. Multiple is not recommended. Not recommended is wrong, but not allowed. Try doing this and the Java compiler itself detects it as the error. Of course, there's an alternative. There is a cleaner, there is a loosely coupled alternative to achieve multiple inheritance, but that is a day after tomorrow or maybe tomorrow's topic, interfaces. So we'll not talk about it right now. Now, the first thing you have to understand is, before you actually get into deeper into inheritance, how are the constructors invoked? So instead of showing the example of a single level hierarchy, I generally take the example of a multi-level hierarchy. Okay, so I have said enough things. So let's try some hands-on. So here, since it is not related with arrays and static, I'm creating another Eclipse project. Does everyone know how to import the existing Eclipse projects into Workspace? You know or you don't? Has it been shown or not shown? You don't know how to import the existing Eclipse project into Workspace? Okay, I'll show you right away. Because you will require, now yesterday onwards, I started creating everything in Eclipse. So see what I'm doing. Just observe, okay? So I'm taking this, I'm setting it up. Wait a second. So suppose I say PGDAC. Suppose I'll be giving you A4 data. And of course, I'll make a subfolder code or Eclipse projects and all that. Now just observe, okay? Do I have got this? Okay, fine. So now see this. In your workspace, there won't be any day 4.1. So I'm making it the same as yours. Okay. So it's open. That's why it is not allowing me. I'm into that folder, so it wasn't allowing me to delete. How can you delete when the folder is open elsewhere? Still it is giving the problem. Still it is open somewhere, looks like. I am not able to delete that thing. Just a second. Now. I'll just check whether it is open elsewhere. It's not actually open anywhere. Let's see why it is. I wanted to show you exactly things. So let's see what it is saying. Oh, no, but this is fine. This is from the different workspace. Let's see what it is saying. Could not delete ISCSD PGDAC day 4.1 SRC. What it is saying so? It's not able to delete that for some weird reason. I don't know really. I'll just delete it from here. And let's try this because it was giving me too much of problem. And here, oh, this was open. That's why it wasn't allowing me. So now observe what I'm doing. I'm deleting this from here also, so that there's no trace of this anywhere. Saying it is open somewhere. Unless until I close this, it's not going to allow me. This is fine. This is fine. It's controller is something. Okay. So now let me show you. Forget what I said because I was having the file open in some other folders and all that. So now focus on how to do the importing. So how to do the importing in this? Which tab? I think I close that. Anyway, just follow the steps. So I'll repeat these steps in the lab in case you need them. So first is file. Note it somewhere. Those who are trying with me parallelly, very good. But those who are not trying, note it somewhere. File. Then you say import. Simple, easy enough. What is it I'm showing you? How to import the existing projects. I'm going to give you now from this day or from yesterday till end of our Java sessions together, all Eclipse projects. So now expand on the first tab, general. Reach here, keep acknowledging. Have you reached here? Yes or no? You might have done this. I don't know how you have not done it. Anyway, so here from general, choose the second one, existing project into workspace. Got it? Next it. Now you have to go to the folder where you have got it. So for example, I had created the day4 data and here you have to select the project which you want to import. So select the folder. Everyone reached here. So PGDAC, whatever workspace, day4 data, day 4.1. So it will show you this selected. Now observe, can you see the second checkbox? Copy projects into workspace. So what it is doing is, see what it will do is, when I have given you something, you would like to revise first. That is why I joined 1 hour late, so as to give you sufficient time for revision. So here, the project my project, which can be copied into your workspace and you can play with it without spoiling the original copy. So select that, copy projects into workspace, and then you can say finish. So here, there is, now you can see that whole project which I had shown you earlier, which I had deleted from this existing workspace, has got created already, and you have the whole thing. Understood what I showed you? Is everyone clear how to import the existing project? It's a 2 keystroke. File, import, general, choose existing Eclipse projects, and check that checkbox which says copy the project into the workspace. So that is it you have to do. So that was one. So now let me open. I think that test arrays example I got deleted. I'll write it and separately say, give it to you. So this was your existing the project. Launch path should be same or can be different. I didn't understand what the launch path is. You want to show me, share your screen later in the lab, and then I can say that. I've shown you all the instructions. You just have to go to the path, wherever my shared Eclipse projects are there. We'll do the repeat run in the lab session, but right now let's not waste time. So now let me create another Java project. Let me call it as in the series day 4.2. Finish. And don't create the information. Okay, so now I'm writing some code. You're just going to tell me what will be the output. So observe. So here I'm creating a class in the package, let's say inheritance. So this is all today remaining day, tomorrow entire day, only inheritance and polymorphism. So suppose I say class A. Keep observing because these are all popular questions. That's why typically I take it. And here can okay, I was going to make it in the same class, but it's okay. So now let me see. Keep observing, guys. I'll tell you when I'm done with it. You just keep your focus. Which is the keyword which will relate B is A is extends, and this is the syntax. And here I'm saying SOP2. C.Java extends from B, and here I'm saying SOP3. Okay, and then I'm writing a tester in the same package so that everything becomes together. So here I'll write a tester, test constructor invocation. See the names I'm giving, it is all following the Java norms. Don't have underscores and all that and make it look as a non-Java class, I mean, not professional. And here I'm just going to create an instance. Okay, and all I'm asking you is what will be the output. So before you start answering, I hope you have understood this. Sorry, just a second, guys. Give me a second. Okay, I have got some of the outputs, but before I start looking at the outputs and telling you correct or not, here, which is the superclass A, extended by B, extended by C, and then you have a tester where I'm creating a child class object. So I'm getting the output correctly from your side. So the correct output is going to be, of course, 1, 2, 3. So I'll first run it in order to confirm. And as you had guessed, some of you had guessed, but everyone has to understand. So whenever any simple or complex test code is given, you should always start from the main class, or the main method is the one which gets called. So tell me, when you call this, can you tell me where the control will go? What will your JVM call? Answer that quickly. What is it we are creating? C is object. So where the control will go? It will go to C classes constructor. So open C.Java. But now, is it going to print this 3 directly? Absolutely not. Tell me something. Can a child exist without a parent, without its parent? Simple yes, no question. Of course, no. Java compiler understands this. The moment you say C extends B, and what it does is Java compiler implicitly adds a keyword. So before I give you the keyword, tell me, what is the keyword for accessing current class? What is the keyword for accessing current class is this. Which is the keyword for accessing the super class? Of course, the keyword is super. Like how I showed you, 2 usages of this. One is this dot width equal to width, or this dot x equal to x to unhide, unshadow. And one was to call the same class constructor. So here, one usage of super is super with the round brackets. Anyone wants to get it? Anyone wants to tell me? Do you have to write it explicitly, or is it implicitly added by the compiler? E for explicit, I for implicit. So of course it is. So I'll mention, I'll keep it under comment, but to explain the flow, I have to tell you. So Java compiler, I'll write it in comment. Whatever I have not written in readmes, of course I'll write here in comment. Java C implicitly adds super. And what is that super representing? What does that super imply? A call to immediate superclasses constructor. Okay. So now tell me, once you say super, where the control will go? Will it go to A's constructor or B's constructor? Of course, it will go to B's constructor. I've said, sorry. Immediate superclass. What is the immediate superclass of this? Is B. So tell me now, it's a repeat run, repeat story. So tell me, will it call SOP to? Yes, please. Of course not. So what it will insert? What will your Java compiler insert? Super. A call to immediate superclass constructor. So now tell me. So here, where the control will go, guys? See, those who know Java, those who don't know Java are equivalent to me. So please respond. It will go to naturally A's constructor. So tell me, will it execute this line directly or not? Answer is not. That is what I can always check. Even with you are with Java or without Java, I can still say. Which is the implicit keyword? What is it implicitly added by the compiler here? Anyone? Extends, which is the universal superclass object. Are you getting me? So here also, implicitly, your compiler is going to add here implicit super. And here, which classes constructor, so Java C adds super. And which classes constructor will get called? Object classes constructor will get called. But object classes constructor does not print anything. So now object classes constructor returns. Control comes to this line. So that is when it prints 1. Okay. Now A's constructor returns. Where the control will return? To B. It will print 2. Are you understanding the return journey? Then this constructor returns it to what? C, prints C, prints 3 I meant. And that is where the, this is what is it called? That is where the constructor invocation is over. So be little careful in answering my next question. How many classes will get loaded in the in your method area, meta space when I execute this? Count and answer properly. You're absolutely right. One is object A, B, and C. Okay, so these will be the classes. So here we are going to draw it a little later. I'm just warming you up in inheritance. So when you are a little bit prepared, we will draw the memory diagrams and all that. Classes that get loaded in your method area are, the first one which gets loaded is object, then followed by A, followed by B, followed by C. Okay, but here next question for this line, guys, I'm talking about this line because otherwise things will differ because strings and all are there. Anyway, how many instances in the heap? So for this particular line, can you tell me how many objects, how many instances are created in the heap? Getting all possible different answers. Correct answer is 1. So parent classes are not instantiated. Okay, so there's only one instance which is created in the heap. When I say instance, first pointer is what? Class pointer, CP. And that CP will be pointing to the loaded C class. All of that is very deep. So I'm just telling you the number of instances which will be created in the heap. Why you are unmuting yourself all the time? Please don't do that. It causes a lot of disturbance. So here, the classes which will get loaded are of course object ABC, but the actual objects, actual instances will get created in the heap will be 1. So more on this memory picture after I write some code, not immediately, but these are the correct answers. So I have given you enough in the sense sufficient information Now let us see your clarity. Let's see whether you can answer my next set of questions. Give me a minute. Super keyword usages, I will talk about it. So this is what we are going to solve. But of course, with your inputs. So I'm showing this. I'll just increase the page size. I'm going to ask you a precise question, so be ready to answer. Okay, so this is your question coming up. So here, read the question. This is your first really hands-on exercise in inheritance. Organize following in the suitable class hierarchy under the inheritance package. I've given you the package name. Pick up the clues. I'm giving you all possible hints. So I want tight encapsulation. Okay. So now, person, when I'm saying a person has a first name and a last name. Okay. First level. A student, when you are describing yourself, when you think about yourself as a student has a first name, last name, year of passing, graduation year, the course you have taken, for example, PGDAC kind of a thing, fees you have paid, and the marks obtained for your last exam, like your graduation exam, BE, BTech, whatever. Then you have a faculty who has, of course, a first name and a last name, and number of years of experience and a subject matter expertise, SME. Okay. So forget this question. Can you tell me, can you organize these three classes in inheritance hierarchy? Basic level question. Unless until you apply, you can't understand. Of course you can. Of course you can apply. So the ultimate universal superclass is object. I'm not drawing. So I've already taken this example. So which one should I put it at the top? Answer is person. And that will be the superclass. And which two subclasses we are talking about is student and a faculty. So I had drawn it earlier. I would recommend you also draw it. So that, similar thing when I ask you, similar means not the same scenario, different scenario, you will be able to fit it in the hierarchy. So you have a person class. Now, before I start, this will be a super class. Anyone wants to tell me in the person class, which data members you are going to yes, you are right, Ragini. You are right, Rohit. Which are the data members you will add is the first name and last name. And the moment I say I want a tight encapsulation, what will be the access specifier you'll use here? Private. Got me totally? Okay. And later we will add the business logic methods to display the person details and all that will come later. But that's not my question currently. Will you need any constructor, as in parameterized constructor, or are you happy with default constructor? You need a parameterized constructor. Somebody said default. So let me take him up or take her up. I don't know who really responded. If you don't add anything, default constructor is given. But then what will be the first name and last name of your person? What will be the values assigned? Null. Don't say default values. I asked you which values. So null, of course, it is horrible. So naturally, you will have to add, parameterized constructor. When I say constructor, I mean parameterized constructor. So how many argumented constructor you will have? How many arguments you will require for this? 2 arguments. Everyone gets me? So we'll make it as public because tester will be outside. So all that is not important. So 2 arguments. And which 2 arguments everyone knows? So that is your first name and a last name. All clear? So currently I'm not going to add anything else. 2 data members and the suitable constructor. That's your superclass. Now, can I say student is a person? Answer is 100% yes. So this is your student class. So for the sake of revision, can you tell me, okay, first I will say just the type. So tell me, what will be the student class definition? So I can make it as public. So public class student. Yes, please. Which keyword for inheritance? Extends is the keyword. Extends from person. You got that? Now the important questions begin. This was just to give you the syntax. So can you tell me now, what will be the state which you will declare inside a student? I'm waiting for your answer. Maximum answers I want. I'm not happy with 10 answers. I want all 200, 227 are there. If not 227, at least 200. Let me see. Okay. So repeat the question. The state here, I have written it here. So even if you did not hear me, there is a question mark here. What is the data members? What is the state you're going to declare in a student? That's my question. So question is, I'm helping you. Will you declare first name and a last name here again? Now at least tell me. Of course, no. Because that is defeating the purpose of inheritance. Inheritance is reusability, reducing redundancy. So what will be the only data members here? Will be graduation year, the year you passed, cleared your graduation, the course you have opted for, strings basically, the fees you have paid, and the marks obtained. Are you getting this? So here you will declare, otherwise what is the point? So before I ask you about the constructor and all that, we are of course going to write it, and then only we are going to write the code. So now here, think of the other type, which is faculty. So there will be a class faculty. What will be the class definition? Extends from person. Extends person. I think everyone is clear. Now, can anyone tell me what will be the state here? What will be the data members? Of course, it will be all tight encapsulation throughout. So tell me, I'm waiting for the answer. It's now easy. So years of experience and the subject matter expertise. Because it is going to inherit. Whether it can access or not is a different story. But we'll go there gradually. So state will be years of experience and then the subject matter expertise. Sorry. Is everyone 100% clear so far? This is what I meant. What you have to do is when you apply inheritance, you just have to pluck out, remove, extract common features and push it to the superclass. Any common data members, any common behavior, push it to the superclass. It's a simple design technique, design rule. Okay, so we have done that. Now be little, careful in answering. So tell me, if I don't add any constructor here, I'll write in this because sometimes you don't understand my question. If you don't add, you keep the answer ready. If you don't add any constructor in student class, what will happen? So your choices are compile time error, run time error, or the wrong output, as in null values and all that. You got my 3 options: compile time error, runtime error, or the wrong output. Correct answer here is compile time error. Somebody said compile time error, so they have to tell me. So the correct answer to this question is, these are all popular questions. So you will definitely get JavaC error. Some of you are saying, so explain why compiler will throw you out. I'm going to show you all this in 2 minutes. So I'm just preparing you. Why compile time error? So many said compile time error. Now you have to specify. No, I'm asking you, I'm not asking you what you have to do, Yash. I'm asking you why you will have compile time error. None of the answers I can accept. person have a parameterized constructor? Okay, Pushkaraj is closest. Okay, so this it's not a difficult question at all. So tell me, let me take you there. If you don't add any constructor in the subclass, what will Java compiler supply in the student class? A default constructor. Default argumentless constructor will be supplied here. And what will be the first statement of that default subclass constructor? What will be the first statement? Super followed by round brackets. And which is the immediate superclass here? Person. And does person class have any default constructor? No. So compiler will throw you out saying not, not found the symbol. That is, it cannot find the default constructor. So that is the reason, since you have not supplied any default constructor here, it will throw you out. So what is the good solution? I'll give you two solutions. Supply a default constructor, solution 1. The solution 2 is add a parameterized constructor and invoke this constructor on your own. Second option. Which option is a better option? Of course, it is the second option. See, solving the problem doesn't mean that you are solved it in the correct manner. So I can always add, by the way, I'm going to show you all this. You can always add a default constructor here that will satisfy compiler. But what is the disadvantage? The disadvantage is your first name, last name will be all null, and your graduation year all will be set with default value, zeros and nulls and all that. So do you want that? Of course not. So what is the better answer? So here, the better solution, or I'll say it as better solution. What is a better solution? Supply a parameterized subclass constructor. Okay. So now the second question. When I say supply a parameterized subclass constructor, see, I'm showing you everything on a whiteboard, and then only I'm going to write code, because those who are completely fresh to Java, they have to survive. Okay, so I'll start it for you. So public student. So now can anyone tell me how many arguments, count and answer, how many arguments I need to supply for this constructor? I want the number, guys. Okay, so here, correct answer is 6. Why 6? Here, which are the student is a person. When you think of a student, can you not think that student has to have a first name and a last name? So of course, it will be those first two arguments. And in addition to that, additionally, student has a passing year, course, fees, and marks. So the correct answer is there would be 6 arguments. I'm writing in the short form. First name, last name, and then it will have its year of passing, the course taken, the fees paid, and the marks obtained. Because when you see the student object will have 6 slots plus a class pointer pointing to the student class, which is loaded in the method area. And then initially, first name and last name will be, assigned, memory allocated. And then the remaining year, course and all will follow. So now, this is how we will start the constructor. Now I'll write something and you tell me right or wrong. Okay, because we have entered ID. ID gives you the answer. So this is my trick of putting it on the whiteboard. So let me ask you, if I write first name equal to FN, question is, what will happen? Compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? Yes, correct answer is compile time error. Guys, first name and last name are private. I've shown you that table. Can you access the private members in the same package subclass? Answer is no. So this will throw you out. So this will 100% give you compiler error. Wait for 2 minutes and we'll confirm. Now you might remember that there's a keyword called as super. So if somebody says, like how we were saying this dot name, What will happen if I say super dot first name equal to fn? Super keyword has two usages. One is to call the superclass constructor. One is to access this. So now what will happen? Compiler error or no error? Answer is still compiler error, JavaC error. Because the moment you make the data member as private, whether you use this or super or whatever, you simply cannot access it outside. So this will definitely produce you compiler error. So now see, I have a problem. I want to initialize my first name and last name of the student, but none of the approaches are working. So what is the solution? Exactly. No method. We are in the constructor, guys. So is there any way, is there any keyword to call the superclass constructor, to call the immediate superclass constructor? Answer is yes. Super followed by round brackets. So if I write this much only, I'm going extremely slow so that everyone understands. Again, I'll get compiler error, no matching superclass constructor. So anyone wants to tell me, how many arguments should I pass here to call this matching constructor? Obvious question. The first two arguments, first name and a last name. So see, the object-oriented principles give you so much of advantage. So here, when you say super fn ln, are we explicitly calling superclass constructor, or is your Java compiler calling it implicitly? I for implicit, E for explicit. Of course, this is explicit. Explicitly called. Compiler can only call that, super with without any arguments. So now where the control will go? Control will go to the superclass, which will initialize the first name and last name members. Control will come back. So now tell me, if I write only this much, which of the following will be initialized? Choices are first name, last name, graduation year, course, fees and marks. Which will be initialized and which will not? Only the first name and last name. So now what should I do? Now your student class has to take care of its additional data members. So for example, you can say something like, for example, I am going to write it properly anyway, graduation year equal to year and write wise. Dots means, what I mean is, this dot course equal to course, or this dot fees equal to fees and marks and all. So this is the complete understanding, trying out with different ways. So spend a minute here. This is what is already supplied. And now we are going to build it. And I'll show you all these problems which I stated that they will come. So you'll confirm and you'll understand. Okay. So let's get started with the actual inheritance part. So here, see, okay. So I'll create another package because I don't want you to mix up in the same package. So use inheritance for multi-level constructor in this. Here I'll create another class, another package. I mean, I'll call it as com.app.core, all these core classes. And should I start writing the person class first or a student first? This is not compulsory. It will be compulsory in case of, same names, method local. We have covered that. When is this compulsory? So of course, I have to start with person. I'll answer your question properly, Rohit, at the time of code writing. Now keep your eyes open. See this word superclass. So implicitly, which is the universal superclass, unless until you say extends, is object. So you don't have to explicitly mention it. What is the implicit word here? Extends from object. Now let's go and finish it fast. Private string first name and last name. Everyone understands it? This is for tight encapsulation. Can everyone today is day 4. From day 2, day 3, day 4, you have been writing constructors. Can everyone comfortably write the constructor here without any ambiguity, without any confusion? So what it will be, how many Arguments would be there, 2 arguments, which will initialize the complete state. So if you think you are comfortable, then you can use the source code generation. Otherwise, don't do that. So here, there is a tab here, source. And in source, you have an option, generate constructor using fields. I'm showing you ID tricks. So here you can click on it, generate constructor using fields. It is asking you, which is that superclass constructor, the object based, and which are the fields to initialize both. And your coding reduces drastically. So spend a minute. Now let me ask you, Rohit, is using this keyword here compulsory or optional? Not just Rohit, anyone can answer. Of course, compulsory, because the method local variable names and the instance variable names are the same. We have said it long back and many times. But the moment I see this as first name 1, last name 1, then is using this dot first name required or not required? Not compulsory. Okay. So this is how ID generates it. So I'm keeping it as this. Answer the quick question. When it has inserted super, which class is the control will go to which class? Object class. So whether you write it, this is ID generated code, so it will be always precise, or whether you comment it does not matter. So tell me, 100% clear so far? The person class is totally clear? No questions. Okay, so what I'll do is, here I'll just mention, so that you'll be able to find out the flow. In persons constructor. So you'll know exactly what is happening. So this is done. Now I've already explained you the things. You will just tell me again. So here, there's a student class which we are creating. So tell me, what should be the class definition? Is it correct or I need to add something? Is student a person? Yes. So what should I say here? Extends from person. Absolutely correct. And see the fun. Unless until you observe, you don't understand it at all. So tell me, guys, I have taken this just 10 minutes ago, but I don't know whether you understood it completely. So tell me why there is a compiler error. I precisely asked you this question on a whiteboard. You can see, can you all see there is a compiler error here? Why? Wrong, Rishikesh, you're off track totally. He's saying import karna padega kya? They are all in the same package. So where that import is? Guys, just 5 minutes ago, I explained here. If you don't add any constructor in the student class, Java compiler error, because guys, your short-term memory has to increase. Here, when you don't write a constructor, compiler will insert the default constructor and it will try to call the default superclass constructor. Just few minutes ago, I said. So, another question for those who are still confused. There's nothing to do with private. There's nothing to do with importing. All wrong answers. So now, can you remove this error, compiler error, without touching the student class? Yes. Answer is yes. No, don't say just yes. Tell me how. Of course, it is the answer is yes. So here, just add a default constructor. So I'm saying, see what I'm showing you the shortcut. So I just said person and control space. And here, I have added the default constructor and see magically error vanishes. Understanding or lost? You have to. Lost, you are saying, Rohit, after spending so much time, meet me in the lab one-on-one. Because I said all these things twice just now. Here, when I don't add the constructor, what will Java compiler add? Tell me, guys. No. Tell me. I'm going to ask you a question. Then even if I get one answer as lost, I have to ask you questions. So actually, one person should answer, Rohit, because he said lost. Here, Java C will add a default constructor. And what will be the first statement of that default constructor? Super. And where the control will go? To this. And now you have provided the constructor. That's why no compiler error. So I'll keep the code under comment, control /. You uncomment it and play with the code till I join the lab session. So now ignore the compiler. So you tell me now, what are the additional members I have to declare here? You remember from that discussion, I hope. So I'm going to add graduation year, course fees, and the marks. Okay, so private in graduation year, course now taken. So it's a string course name I'm just taking. Later we will add arrays and all those things. We'll make it more interesting. And then one is what I forgot. So here, course fees and marks. Okay, so let's add your fees you are paying and the marks obtained. Okay. So now, so still compiler is cribbing. Compiler will keep cribbing, ignore it. So now tell me, what should I add here? Parameterized constructor or default constructor? Answer is parameterized constructor. So add, listen to the comment I'm writing. Add a parameterized constructor to initialize. I'll give you a break after this immediately. After this is done. To initialize complete state of a student. So first tell me, how many data members are there in the complete state of student? Count and answer. Everyone is now clearly answering because from your responses, I get a clarity whether you are there or not. So, of course, guys, be with me. You cannot access the first name and last name from the student, agreed, because they are private. The moment you step outside, the scope is gone. But if when you create the object of the student, in that object of the student, of course, student has a name. So there would be data members. So you are anyway answered it correctly. I'll not generate, we will write it together. Why I'm making the constructor public? Because I'm going to write a tester in some other package. So that public student, let me just check whether public person also, yeah. So this is all good. And here you have to add 6 arguments, complete state. So should I start by initializing the first name, last name or student additional? Of course, first name, last name here. So here I'm saying string, first name, string. I'll stick to the good programming norms. String, last name. Okay, next one. What should be the next one? See, the sequence can change. It doesn't matter, but it's that's the way we typically write it. So then you can have in year, or okay, let's follow the norms. Grad year, so that people are not confused. Then you have string course, and then I have double. This can be generated, but first day don't generate. Write it yourself. Marks. Okay, so this is done. Now tell me the next statement I should write. Yes, please. What should be the first statement here? I hope you are writing it correctly. A super with arguments or without arguments. See this, guys. If you say this, still compiler scribbing because there is no matching constructor. Just take the cursor here. The constructor person is undefined. So you have to call a matching constructor here, which has 2 arguments. So here you simply call, this is super keyword to call the parameterized constructor. So you can pass a first name and a last name. As simple as that. Okay, super first name, super last name. So everyone knows super means the control will go to the immediate superclass constructor. How do you know what I'm telling is correct or not? You will see this in person's constructor. Then the control comes back. By the way, yesterday somebody asked and I told him that I will explain it later. If I say here in student constructor, these are all typical questions, popular questions asked. And you can see that there is a compiler error. Anyone wants to tell me why? I've given in the readme somewhere. Why there is a compiler error now? Because the super keyword, the invocation of the super or invocation of this with the round brackets has to be the first statement in the constructor. So I'll have to swap it. First, I'll have to call superclass constructor to straight view, you cannot add because the first statement has to be super. If you write it explicitly, then you can add whatever and then tell me. Now tell me if you're still confused, will I require this dot grad here or simply grad here? Of course, I'll require this dot grad here. Otherwise, how can you unhide? So here I'm saying this dot grad here equal to graduation here. I'm finishing it fast. You keep observing. This part is taken on the day before. Then you have this dot piece. And here you have this dot marks. So tell me, is the entire constructor creation clear or not clear? Why we had to give the 6 arguments? Because we wanted to initialize the complete state of a student. If you don't use this, who is going to initialize the private members inherited which are not accessible? So we had to call the explicitly superclass constructor. Control comes back here, and then you are initializing the remaining state of the student. So this is what is typically done for constructor invocation. So let us take a quick break of 10 minutes and I'll share the code with you if you want. And after coming from break, you are going to dictate faculty class on your own. That's your task. So just a minute. In case you want it, you take it. Otherwise, in the lunch break, I'll be, of course, sharing everything. So I'm sending you person.java. In case anyone wants it, I'm sending you student.java. And looking at it, you are going to dictate after 10 minutes break how to write faculty. And then we will test it together. So let's have a 10 minutes break and then continue.
Okay, so good afternoon and welcome back. We'll just recap what I said regarding student, and you are going to give me the whole dictation or a whole suggestion for the faculty. So this is what is your student class, which is the keyword we use for inheritance is extends, and the whole idea about inheritance is reusability. So since student extends a person, sitting in student class, you cannot directly access first name, last name because they are private, tight encapsulation. But you can definitely, whenever you create an object of a student, there would be memory allocated first for class pointer, then first name, last name, and the remaining members. So if you want to initialize the complete state of a student, of course, it has to include, how can you imagine a student without the name? So it has to be first name, last name, year of passing, course, and the additional details. So which is the keyword to call immediate superclass constructor? Answer is super followed by round brackets. So tell me, which is the one which your compiler will call implicitly? Default superclass constructor or parameterized superclass constructor? Answer is default. But then in that case, what will happen is you won't get a chance to initialize the members. You will get a compiler error if the default is missing. So here we are explicitly invoking. What is it I'm invoking? Matching. Matching word is important. Matching argument wise. Matching. Okay, I'll say invoking immediate superclasses matching constructor. All the words are very important for you to notice. And then with the control comes back, and then we are initializing the remaining state. So I have spent enough time. Now tell me verbally, and I'll start writing. So what will be the class definition of faculty? It's almost identical. So I think everyone should be able to manage. Public class faculty extends a person. How many data members you are going to add here? 2 members, years of experience and subject matter expertise. Now start telling. If you add only this, what will you get is the compiler error. Why? Because subclass constructor will automatically call default subclass constructor, which will automatically call default superclass constructor, which is missing. So now answer the question. How many arguments? I'll have to add a parameterized constructor. How many arguments we will have to add? Correct answer is 4. Absolutely. So which will be those arguments? Anyone wants to give me the list? I've given you sufficient time to think over it. 4 is right answer. Which arguments, please? Absolutely correct. First name, last name for initializing the state from that superclass, and then years of experience and the subject matter expertise. What should be the first statement in our faculty's constructor? Super. No, don't just say super. Give me the full syntax. Super followed by first name and last name. And then, so when the control comes back, which are the only 2 fields you have to initialize in this class? Years of experience and subject matter expertise. So I hope you are suitably clear. Let's start writing and confirm the whatever we are saying is correct or not. So here, let me add another class. Faculty. Let's say finish. Extends from person. The moment you do this, immediately compiler will shout, see this, implicit super constructor person is undefined for the default constructor. Must define an explicit constructor. See, compiler tells you everything. You just have to read the error message and respond. So start. What are the data members here we are going to add? Int experience or years of experience, something. And that the next one is
your, sorry, NC experience, and then I will say the subject matter expertise. So what is the expertise area, which is the domain a faculty specializes in. So you can think of it as a domain, subject matter expertise, whatever. Now your participation begins. Still your compiler is shouting. Still there is a compiler error. So let us have the faculty constructor. Tell me, I just said FAC and control space generated. You already answered, so I'll not bore you again. String. Do I have to stick to that name, FN, first name and last name? Absolutely not. Good programming practice says you stick to, but I just want to show you on your first day of inheritance, I can have any name here. Okay. This is a method local variable names for this constructor. And then of course I can have good this. So again, I'm showing you, see, different classes, different code samples tell you different things. And sorry, string SME, I can't really think of anything else. So tell me, what should be the first line? Everyone knows. Call to the immediate superclass constructor with FN and LN. And after that, your compiler will be satisfied. Till now, compiler was cribbing. So this is your explicit superclass. I'll copy because it is the same thing. So whenever you are revising from the code, please read the comments. Explicitly invoking immediate superclasses matching constructor. And which two fields are uninitialized or default initialized? Years of experience. So years of experience equal to, is there any need to add a this dot years dot experience, years of experience? Nothing, because this variable name and this variable name, instance variable name and local variable name, I have kept it separate. That's not a good suggestion, but just to show you. And of course, since this SME instance variable and this is same, here I'll have to use this dot SME equal to SME. Otherwise, you'll see the null value sitting here. And to confirm whether what we are saying is correct or not, in faculty constructor. Understood the faculty class completely? Guys who know Java as well as who are completely freshers, I'm treating you, all of you, as complete freshers. I'm not assuming a single word of anything. So this is how we discussed it. So do refer whenever you are doing the revision in the lab session. Do go through this, that readme inheritance polymorphism. We are not into polymorphism part. We are still into inheritance part. Go through this whiteboard and go through the code sample. And that should give you complete clarity. Now let me write a tester to confirm whatever we have done is working or not. So click on src, C, and creating a package as the tester. And here I'm writing test constructor invocation. If you'll say that you have written it already, but that was for multi-level. This is for a single level in this. And here, for testing this, I'm not really going to attach a scanner and all that. You can attach the scanner, by the way. Currently, I'm just giving the hard-coded inputs. So here I'm saying create student object. And then we will, once you understand that, we are going to create the faculty instance also. So one at a time. So here, tell me, will I need to import the student and the faculty in student class? Only two arguments. Have I made a mistake? In student class, where were you watching? I had said the code also. So what I don't know what are you talking about, Shubham? Look at this. So I've already written it properly. I don't think I made a mistake. In the person class, there is a two argument constructor. Anyway, you'll have the code after this session. So have a look at it. Okay, so now I was asking you, if I want to create a student class instance, do I need to import this student class? Of course, yes. I'm setting in a separate package. So first thing is import. There's no static import. I'm not talking about static members here. So import. What is the package name? com.app.core. And currently I'm saying star. Or you can say specifically student also. So here, I'm just creating a student. Student1 equal to new student. And here I'm going to assign I'm going to hard code the first name and all that. So suppose I say first name is Rama. Something. And graduation year, it's the end. So let's say 2020, suppose. Then is the course taken. So here, these are the strings. So which I'm giving the strings in the hard-coded manner. Later, when we have more time, we will of course take everything from the user using scanner. So the course taken, suppose is CDAC. And the fees paid are, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here the marks obtained in the last this is 17. So just creating a student object. So now tell me, when I run this code, what is the expected output? Don't go by memory, go by understanding. So here, solve it with me. When I call this, where the control will go? To student class constructor. So is it going to print in student constructor directly? Of course not. Why? Because you have explicitly called the matching superclass constructor. So constructor call, control will go here. It will print in person's constructor. To be fair, to be correct, actually it is going to call super to call the object classes constructor. Then it returns and prints person's constructor. Initializes the name which is taken from the person, first name and last name. Constructor returns here, control returns here. Then it will print this, and then it will set the initial. It will initialize the remaining state. Please confirm. That is why I add a lot of SOPs so that you can understand the flow. So is it matching? Is your understanding matching with the output? Is it all clear? So now test the same thing with the faculty. So here, let me add a, separator. And here, let's create the faculty instance. And confirm whether it works in a expected manner. Okay, so you can later replace it by scanner and all that. We will do that. Faculty 1 maybe. Some name. Say suppose expertise is 10 years. She's been teaching, and maybe Java, React, whatever, Angular, or you can say NoSQL databases, something. These are her maybe expertise areas. Some data, some hardcore data. Okay, so here you are creating the faculty class instance with some of her details. So here, when these two lines are executed, how many objects of the student type will be created? How many objects of the faculty and how many of the type person? Student 1, correct answer. Faculty 1, correct answer. And how many type of objects of person? 0 is the correct answer. And later when I show you memory pictures tomorrow morning, that is. Or if we get time in the lab, we can do it in the lab also. But that depends on how much is backlog and all that. So your answers are, by the way, correct. And just confirm, observe and conclude. So I hope everyone had understood this for creating, initializing the complete state of student. And this is the similar thing for the faculty. So after spending this amount of time, please tell me honestly, openly, is the constructor invocation in inheritance hierarchy and the meaning of super keyword clear or not clear? And like I said, I will give you exercises to ensure that you are completely clear on that. Okay, so now I'm taking you to the next topic. We have still time. So here, take a look at the output and answer my simple question. This is fine. Using this output, you can see the constructor invocation and all that. But are we able to display the student details, or are we able to display the faculty details? Are we displaying it currently? Currently answer is no. So let me ask you a simple question. So I want to here now the next thing, I've got my student, I've got my faculty. Okay, so here now I want to display the student details, and later of course I want to display the faculty details. So display means SOP. So will I be able to access, can I say SOP student one dot first name, or student one dot last name, or student dot marks? Of course not. Why not? Because everyone knows the answer. They are all tightly encapsulated. It is all private. And how can you access a private member outside the, what is it, outside the class, outside the package? Impossible. So of course you will have to write a method. Everyone agreed with me? Everyone agrees? We'll have to write the method here. So tell me. Yes. So yeah, I was asking you how. So somebody has already answered me, write a getter. Okay. So now count and tell me, if I want to display complete state of student, how many getters I will have to add? I got the answer immediately, 6 getters. And likewise, for faculty, how many getters I'll have to call? Everyone gets me? 4 getter. Excellent, guys. See, those who don't understand have to ask me either now, or more time is always in the lab. So lab is the best time to have any question answer session. Anyway, so you have answered correctly. So now let me ask you the next question. Writing 6 getters and getting the job sounds a cool idea, or writing single method and getting the job done sounds better? Yes, please. Of course, writing a single method. Okay. So I am not denying your answer. Of course, your answer is a correct one. I mean, I can do that, but I'm saying you don't require all of that effort. Okay. So here, instead of writing 6 getters, how about combining all the details in a single method? Okay. So here, getter is lengthier approach. Yes, Shubham. So now let me ask you, can I add to the student class a method such as get student details and get the job done? And the return type will be what? String. Okay. So I can do that. Similarly, can I add a method in the faculty class saying public string, get faculty details, 0 arguments, and get the whole complete details of the faculty? Yes. But now see the point, guys. Step back and see the point. Here, I have just talked about 2 types, student and a faculty. When this scenario grows, I might have what? The guest lecturer, or industry expert, or your what do you say, course coordinator, center head, so many, and they are all persons. So what it will mean is, how does it sound? I'll give you options always. Adding separate method, get student details, get faculty details, get your course coordinator details, get your center head details, sounds better. Or sticking to standard functionality sounds better. Yes, one. Yes, please. Of course, sticking to standard functionality sounds better. So again, my analogy. The analogy I had given you some time back was, suppose you have inherited some house, from your ancestors, from your parent, or from your grandparent, I don't care. But you don't like the look of it. So is it compulsory that you inherit it as it is, or do you get a chance to modify it? Answer is, of course, you have a chance. Of course, there could be some legal cases and where your ancestor says, no touching my property, either take it or leave it. I'm not talking about that. So in general, you have a chance for modifying. So is there any standard behavior already defined in the ultimate superclass, which is your object? Answer is yes. Those people who know Java are already giving me the solution. I'm purposefully ignoring because I'm talking to the crowd who doesn't know a single word of Java. Okay, so here, which is the ultimate superclass? Which is the universal superclass of all Java classes, guys? Object. So now, compulsory work. Don't log in without your Java docs ever. So go to the ultimate superclass. Go to any class and can you see this? What is it you are looking at? Nothing but inheritance hierarchy. So from any class, the superclass is object. So click on object. Okay. And here there are standard five methods in Java, core Java I'm saying, which you have to understand inside out. Today you are going to learn 1 out of 5. Ask your seniors, they are in the interview phases and all. Some of them already are sending me message that we got selected and all that, which is such a happy message for me. Anyway, so coming back to the point, the methods are toString, equals, hash code, which belong to the object class. And then there is something for sorting called as compare and compare to. So these are 5 methods, extremely important in core Java. We are starting with the first one. So this is a concept which is an easy one, but for the first time, it requires some time. So here, let me ask you, what is this toString? ToString is the method, which is it is a method of which class? Tell me, you are looking at a method toString. To which class it belongs to? Object class. Everyone with me? Next one. No. You are wrong. You are late. Somebody said arrays. Wrong. I came from arrays to object. You missed that. Guys who are making such a mistake, first leave everything and join Java docs. I already went from arrays to object. I think you missed that. So this is a method of the object class. That arrays.toString was a static method. I'm not talking about that. This is your object class API. Okay, and read the method declaration. Is it a static method or non-static method? S or NS, non-static. What is the method name? ToString. And read this. Returns a string representation of the object. Okay. So here it tells you. So you will say which string representation? I don't understand a word. Of course you won't, unless until you read the details. So see the details. If you use the inherited version as it is, equivalent to if you start living in the house which has been given to you, which has been passed down to you from your ancestors without modifying. So what is that toString default will return? It will return you the fully qualified class name followed by @ symbol. And what this returns is nothing but the address. Hash code is nothing but the internal address representation. So, step 1, are we going to inherit this toString method? Answer is yes. Then I'll ask you, are you happy with the output? If you are happy, story over, lunch break. If you are not unhappy, we'll do something something more interesting. So let me ask you from the code. I hope you read this. I just want to confirm whatever we are saying is correct or not. So the concept and the hands-on has to go together. So let me just, go to this. And here I'm saying SOP. And I have a question, small question for you. I'm purposefully removing that semicolon. So if I say student1 dot toString, after adding the semicolon, compile time error or no error? I'll repeat the question. I said, after you add the semicolon, do you expect to see the compiler error? Of course not. Anyone wants to tell me why you are not getting any error? So what are, okay, you explain. No. Public is not the correct answer. You are using the inherited API. And unless until now, I'll talk about public things, Yogesh, you are saying. The private members are not inherited. About default protected public, we'll discuss differently. But public members are available. directly accessible. So this works. Okay. But now answer the question, please. Again, I'm repeating the question. Are we calling here student classes toString, or are we calling here object classes toString? O for object, S for student. Of course, object class. So now observe and conclude. So here, take a look at this. So this is your output. Can you understand it from left to right? I'll highlight. Anyone wants to tell me, what are you looking at? What is it which it is printing? No, I want a proper word. I keep using proper words so many times. Yes, fully qualified class name. Don't be non-technical. Don't be like, loose in answering. Fully qualified class name, which includes a package, sub-package, class name, etc. Yes, that is the only answer I'll accept. Then use your @ symbol to indicate where your object is sitting in the heap. So this is your hash code value, which is equivalent to some internal address representation. So now okay, by the way, did you understand? This is your fully qualified class name, get class.getName @ hash code. So now tell me, is this a useful print? Is this a useful, details, or are they useless? I hope everyone agrees. They are completely useless because I'm not understanding anything of a student, neither first name, last name, marks, or whatever. So again, the analogy. You had two options. Either inherit the property as it is or do the modification. So what is it you want? Are you happy with the inherited form of the toString? No. So can you do the modification? Answer is yes. Of course, there are tons of rules, but looking at time, the polymorphism topic from start to end, we are going to take it tomorrow. But I need to show you. And once you see how it is, how easy it is, I'll tell you for doing some readme. So open the student class. I want to override it here. Oh, okay, it is modification is called as method overriding, which is nothing but your runtime polymorphism. So here, modifying. I'll give you incomplete comments. Modifying the inherited form, inherited method, which is the method we have inherited as toString. Okay, so there are very important rules regarding method overriding, all of that tomorrow. So I've given it in writing, but I'll explain them tomorrow. So here, don't change the method declaration, public string toString. So this is same. Now I want to say, I am printing, I don't know, I could be printing student details, faculty details, my CEO's details or whatever. So here I'm starting with a string. So what I'm printing is the student details. Now tell me, here I want to print the first name and the last name of the student. So can I access it directly? Can I say first name here? After I place the semicolon, compiler error or no error? People are saying yes. People have forgotten about access specifiers. Guys, there's a compiler error here. There's no first name here. So I'll ask you your yesterday's question. Can private members be accessed from the subclass in the same package? Of course not. Right? So what is the solution? I'll ask you. I'll show you. So here, okay, protected we are not doing today. So can I say super dot first name? Again, it fails. Because even when you say super dot, the member has to be accessible. Member has to be visible. So you cannot do this. So which is the option you are suggesting, guys? I got an option as getter. But I want to access the last name also. So how many getters I'll have to write? 2 getters. Is there any way to reduce it to 1? Answer is yes. So here, pause here. Come to the person class. Tell me. No. We are not going to get details ever. We are sticking to toString. I'm asking you a question. All this I will repeat tomorrow. I know it is fast. Can person class modify means override the inherited toString method. It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Answer is yes. Why? Because person is an object. And you will see that tomorrow when I give you the rules, any method which is not private, not final, not static can be overridden. So all those rules tomorrow. So here, public string toString. I'll wait here for a minute. You tell me, what should I return here? What should I return from here? Yes, I can return the first name as well as last name. See guys, I'm not saying getters will not work. I'm just telling you how people do it in a standard manner. So I can say here return. I'm not giving any header such as person because student is what I want to instantiate or faculty is what I want to instantiate. So of course I can I access my first name here? Yes. I don't require this dot first name. This is added implicitly. Just add a separator and add that last name. Sorry. So this is, tell me, what we are looking at, is it the object classes toString or is it the, yes, I've written the question. That was a question, Kunal. All these repetitions and all in the lab session, guys, because we are already running out of time. Here, I'm giving you answer in an indirect manner. What is this? Is it a person's toString? Is it an object's toString? Or is it a student's or the faculty's toString? Person's toString. So here, person has decided to modify, as in override, change it, overriding control, you know that. So replace, overriding is basically replace the inherited form of toString method. So answer to that question was yes. And this is the example of it. So person class or other person's toString is returning first name and last name. So this looks okay. At least no compiler error. Now tell me. So here, can I call? Now see go from the access specifiers. This method is public. So can I access the public method from the subclass? Answer is yes. So if I write, for example, toString. So here you can see the error message here. So when you say toString, see this. Okay, I'll see it as this dot toString. So here, okay, it is, oh, I'm sorry. No, that was not the mistake. My mistake was something else. I did not return this. Okay, so my mistake. Tell me, if I write it as this, what will happen? Yeah, I was forgetting the return keyword. Yes, you're right, Abhishek. Tell me what will happen. Answer is recursion. When you say toString, which toString it will call? Whose toString it will call? Quickly. Will it call the student's toString or will it call the person's toString? Answer is student's toString. And the method calling itself is nothing but an infinite loop or recursion. And you will soon see Stack Overflow within a fraction of a second. So, is there any keyword to explicitly call the superclasses functionality? You know the answer. What is that keyword? Super. So see, I've shown you two usages of super. One was to call superclass constructor. And here is the another usage of super to call inherited visible methods, members from the superclass. So here I can say super.toString. So now tell me, when I say super.toString, will it go to person's toString or object's toString? P or O? It goes to the immediate superclass, which is your person. And then once I have initialized that, then I can initialize the, not initialize, I have called that. Then I can say, I can show the remaining state. So I'm saying that. So next is what? Passed or graduated in. And I can add the year of graduation. So I think this you will understand. course taken. So which is the course you have opted for? So this is your course. And what is it? Fees paid. All of this gets generated, but you are not allowed to generate it today. You are supposed to write it today. And here the marks obtained. If you use the keystroke Control Shift F for automatic formatting in Eclipse. So tell me, are we returning the complete state of student, no state of student, or partial state of student? Complete state of student. Which part is returning the parts mentioned in the superclass? Super.toString. And what are those additional members where they are getting access in the remaining part? Okay. So now see the fun. I'm not touching any tester code. I'm just going to run it again and tell me from the output. It is so clear. So which classes, which method is getting called here for the last in the last example? Is it calling objects to string, persons to string, students to string, all of above, none of above, and all of that? Answer is it is calling the students to string. But in students to string, we have access super.toString. So this is based upon the person as well as students to string. Last statement from today's session, because I need to confirm whether you are understood or not. So here, tell me, when I said display faculty details, let me do that. Just a 1 minute task. So if I do it as faculty 1, answer quickly. I know it's a stretch, little bit stretch. So when I run this, explain the output. You are not getting that, what is it called, address or hash code based output. You are getting the faculty name, Kiran Muzumdar. Why? Are you understanding what was interesting about it? I know it is late, but still I'm trying to ask. Because when you say faculty 1.toString, where the control will go? Control will go to faculty. Have we overridden here any toString? Quickly, answer. Have you modified? Answer is no. So it will use the inherited form. But what is the superclass of faculty? A person. So here it is printing nothing but it is accessing the person's toString and giving you the first name and last name of the faculty. Understood what you saw? Of course, I'll repeat it in the lab session whenever we are together. But these are not the complete details. It is just, I'm just getting the access to her first name and last name. How about her experience in years? And how about SME? So in short, tell me, what should I do to get the complete details of faculty? I have to override, I have to modify the toString method from faculty. So what I'll do is I'll just copy it from here. Of course, I'll have to make the changes, but the comment and all is the same. Modifying the inherited method toString from the person, because the top level is person. So here I'm saying this is a faculty here. Tell me, change or no change? Answer is no change, because I still need to access her first name and a last name. And here, teaching for, training for, teaching for. Okay, so teaching for whatever years of experience, and then I'll say expert in which technologies, which domain. Control Shift F for formatting. So you get a chance to override if you're not happy with the inherited members means behavior functionality, you can modify it. And without causing the further delay, just take a look at the output and tell me, are you able to access or are you able to see the complete state of student as well as faculty? Answer is yes. That is more than sufficient for D4. So I'm stopping here. Of course, we are already got lesser crowd to 214. You understood. I mean, we talked little more on the concepts and did the hands-on also. So you are supposed to revise from that sequence document, the README, everything I'll mention in core Java assignments. So please go through it on your own in first 1.5 hours. And of course, I will join you and solve any queries, any questions hereafter. That will be all. See you. Okay, toString is the standard form. Yes, that is how we stick to it. So that will be all. See you around in the lab session.